cloudy, a little drizzly, but it doesn't matter. Brewer fans will tailgate no matter the weather. Another Saturday night crowd getting ready to settle in. Good start to this series last night. Jonathan Lucroy slinging a hot bat of late. He, along with Chris Davis, helped get the Brewers to an early 2-0 lead en route to a 5-0 win, broken open in the 8th inning. This 2-run double off the bat of Adam Lind. And some very good pitching, including Francisco Rodriguez. Non-safe situation. Non-drama as well, as he retired the Reds in order to start the weekend right. Good evening from Miller Park alongside Bill Schroeder. I'm Matt LePay sitting in for Brian Anderson. BA will be back beginning next week. Sophia Minard is our reporter. Well, it was a good start, Brock, to this weekend series, and it continues to be a good story, albeit early in his career. Domingo Santana swinging a hot and powerful bat so far.
Yeah, we heard a lot about him before he got called up. But you don't get too excited until you see a guy play, and he has not disappointed. The amazing thing about Santana, from what we've seen so far in limited at-bats, how quick his hands are. And really, when he gets a fastball out over the plate, he doesn't even have to get good extension. We saw him hit one in Cleveland. Ball got in on him. He's so strong. He's 6'5", 225 pounds. That's the one we were talking about right there. Got back in the hitting zone a little bit, but just incredible power, incredible bat speed. And you can only imagine how good this young man can be when he starts honing that craft. Darnell Coles gets into him a little bit as the season goes on and into spring training. The only thing he has to do is keep playing, show some confidence. And it's not just with the bat. He's got a lot of abilities in the outfield as well.
You can see he is off to a terrific start with the 3 home runs in his first week. And take a look at some of the company to begin his career as a Brewer. Only a half dozen games and already 3 big flies for Domingo Santana, who is back in the starting lineup tonight for the Milwaukee Brewers, trying to make it 2 in a row. They struggled early against the Reds, but the Brewers have turned that completely around. They have won the last 5 games against Cincinnati. Craig and Augie will have more on this recent Brew Crew dominance. Hope it'll continue on Fox Sports Wisconsin.
by Toyota. See where Toyota takes you. Test drive one at your Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. And by Miller Lite, the original light Pilsner. Cheers, it's Miller time. See if the Brew Crew can be high-fiving at the end of the game. Matt Garza out on the hill, and he'd love to face the Reds every time he starts. His last 4 against Cincinnati. He's 3-0 and a 1-2-6. He gets the start on the bump here tonight and could definitely use that type of effort, no doubt about that. Augie, he could also use some offense, and the Brewers have cranked up their offense. In the last 5 times they played Cincinnati this season, they have won all 5. They've scored more than 7.5 runs a ball game.
Yeah, and it all starts when you play good, complete baseball. When you've got certain teams that you play very well with, and that's exactly what the Brewers are doing against the Cincinnati Reds this year. They've gone out offensively, outscored them 38-8 in the last 5 ball games. They're pitching at a 1.6 ERA. And last night we saw late in the ball game 2 big double plays. Defensively playing very well. When you play good, complete baseball, go out there and do what you're supposed to do, you're going to have success. The Brewers are doing that against the Cincinnati Reds.
All right, we'll see if Adam Lind and the boys can get her going the way they did in last night's ball game when they shut down a powerful Reds offense. Coming right back to Miller Park for our first pitch Saturday night here on Fox Sports Wisconsin. We've got baseball coming right up.
Matt Garza making his way to the Miller Park mound. He beat the Reds in Cincinnati in late April, looking for his second win in as many decisions against the Reds here in 2015. Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin, presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. Book your stay now. Little drizzly, a little foggy outside, so we have Miller Park all buttoned up, and we know we will have baseball here tonight. There's a Saturday night crowd settling in. Brian Price and his Cincinnati Reds. It has been a brutal month of August, a brutal stretch. They've lost 13 of their last 14. Brewers trying to kick a team when it's down, and the Reds have certainly been down of late. A once promising lineup just not delivering, and a lot of injuries and all that, a big part of it. Here's the Potawatomi lineup for the Reds. Jason Bourgeois in the lineup tonight, along with Jay Bruce and Joey Votto. Brandon Phillips will hit cleanup, followed by the All-Star Todd Frazier and Eugenio Suarez. Skip Schumacher, Tucker Barnhart, and Kivas Sampson rounding out the Reds' batting order. It's a batting order that will face Matt Garza.
Yeah, last time Matt lost at Washington, the Nationals got to him early. 4 2/3 for Garza, 7 earned runs. The problem for Garza was the walks. 6 walks, 7 strikeouts for Matt. Looking to bounce back after that rough outing. He's making start number 11 career against Cincinnati. He's got a 4-3 record.
And your umpires for tonight's tussle, as you see Jerry Narin out there, as they'll have their very quick pregame meeting. Dan Bellino calling balls and strikes. Bruce Druckman making the calls at first. Alfonso Marquez at second. And the crew chief, Tom Hallion, the vocal one behind the plate. Last night over at third tonight. That was a good show put on last night.
Yeah, you like anybody that loves what they do. And Tom Hallion's certainly an umpire that enjoys himself. He's got a lot of energy. And you know what? Sometimes that really benefits the players. The players feed off of that stuff.
Yep, they do. And well, the Brewers certainly fed off of that en route to a 5-0 victory last night.
Hey, let's check out the Menards Brewers defense for tonight. You got Chris Davis, Domingo Santana. He gets yet another start out in center field. Ryan Braun in right. Herrera continues to get a lot of playing time. He's been very good at the plate, starting at third base. Gene Segura. Scooter Gennett at second base. Adam Lind, a very good defensive game in last night's tussle, if you will. I like that tussle.
Like that.
And Jonathan Lucroy behind home plate.
There's Domingo Santana. What a start he is having. The Milwaukee Brewers, team that obviously looking for some punch after those deadline deals, and Mr. Santana providing some of that here, at least through his first 6 games. Rock, you mentioned the Brewers. Just look at their defense. They had some pretty good work turned in, including this grab by Adam Lind and over the shoulder from Scooter Gennett.
Well, if you're going to have a shutout, you're going to have good defense. The Brewers turned 2 double plays, both of which got the Brewers out of an inning. And that's what they continue to need to do the rest of the way. The Brewers have committed 93 errors, the most in the National League.
But Gennett and Lind with a couple of nice plays out there defensively a night ago. As mentioned, the Brewers have turned this around. They had a world of trouble at the beginning of the year. Of course, obviously they had a very poor start period, but against the Reds, that was very much the case. But the Brewers have done a 180. They have won the last 5 against Cincinnati, including last night's shutout. Matt Garza pitched well on April 29th against the Reds. Wednesday afternoon game down in Cincinnati. The game that Ryan Braun helped break open with a grand slam, but Garza was the winning pitcher that afternoon, and we're ready to roll tonight. Garza versus Bourgeois, and we are underway at Miller Park. Bourgeois in center field tonight, back in the lineup. Of course, the Reds without Billy Hamilton for at least a few more days, as this is softly hit into center, and that's going to find a hole and a base hit for Bourgeois to begin the game.
And Matt Garza needs to establish that inside corner. There was a stretch after coming off the DL where he's very good at working inside, but last few starts have been leaving pitches out over the plate. That wasn't a bad pitch, but Bourgeois able to dump it into center field. Didn't hit it all that well.
Reds had but 5 hits last night, and being shut out, they have been shut out in consecutive games. Zach Greinke locked them up a couple of days ago in Cincinnati. They have been shut out consecutively twice so far this season as Jay Bruce settles in.
They have been shut out twice in a row in 3 out of the last 6. A lot of big names in this lineup. They just have not been producing.
And a very tough road for Brian Price. Reds management, ownership, saying earlier in the week that he will remain in his position at least through the end of this season, which of course has a month and change left in it. You could make an argument that it's been a bit of an unfair fight. They've had a lot of injuries. Homer Bailey, of course, shut down early. Tommy John surgery. Devin Mesoraco, an all-star catcher. His season never really got started. They've also had lack of production. It's 2 teams going through, however you want to call it, rebuild, retool, but looking at some young prospects. In the meantime, players like Jay Bruce, who many thought, or at least some thought, could have been moved, has some good power numbers, but the month of August has been really rough for him.
Yeah, hitting .229 and hitting in the second spot tonight in front of Joey Votto, trying to kickstart his final push to the end of the season.
Bourgeois is on the move, and that is punched down the left field line, and Bourgeois will motor on the third, Bruce on to second, and right out of the gate the Reds are threatening.
And nothing hit all that hard. They had Elian Herrera shaded toward the hole, and Jay Bruce just kind of sticks the bat out there and rolls one down the third baseline. 30th double for Bruce. And not a bad pitch by Garza. Might have been up a little bit more than he'd like, but not much you can do about that. A little slice job down the line.
So neither a rocket, but the first two Reds reach here to start the game. Jay Bruce really scuffling in the month of August, but he does have some solid career numbers against Garza, and he starts his night with a double. And here's Joey Votto. Votto walked a couple of times, had a hit last night. You mentioned Votto, you're going to say he is walked. It's a common occurrence, leads the league again in that category, but he's been pretty good, period, at the plate. Very patient, but you see the numbers very strong across the board.
Yeah, on base percentage near .450. Incredible on base percentage with the hits and walks. Came up in a big spot last night in the 8th inning. He represented the tying run and grounded into an inning-ending double play. That was a big out for Will Smith.
Yeah, big 4-6-3 double play as Garza works the 0-1, and that was swung on and missed. Ball getting by Votto there, taking the big cut.
Doing his Carlos Gomez impersonation. Down he goes.
Spinning himself into the dirt. 2 strikes or nothing to the Reds' first baseman. One of the top 5 in the National League in multiple categories. I mentioned walks, also up there in runs, on base percentage, and slugging percentage. That was strike 3 called. Fastball inside corner, and Votto didn't think so.
Another little two-seamer, a comeback sinker, catches the inside edge, and Votto a strikeout victim on 3 pitches. 2 fastballs and a curveball. Here it is. Votto tried to sell it off the inside corner, but Dan Bellino rings him up.
There's the first out of the night, recorded by Matt Garza. Trying to get things squared away in what's been a very, very difficult year for him. I mentioned, though, his career numbers against the Reds, not bad, 4-3, including 1 win this season. Here's Brandon Phillips. Getting clean up tonight. Garza starts it with a strike.
It's always a big pitch for any pitcher, but for Matt Garza to be able to throw that curveball first pitch. One of these Cincinnati Reds, very aggressive early in the count, like the fastball.
Phillips had a couple of hits last night. Game the Brewers won 5-0, scoring a couple of runs in the first. Santana homer in the 7th, and a 2-run double in the 8th from Adam Lynn. Another curveball, and it's 0-2 to Phillips. Phillips been pretty steady. That average has been in that vicinity, as you see, 287. Doesn't seem to have fluctuated much over the course of the year. Continues to play very well out at second. In a tough year, Phillips is having a very solid season for Cincinnati.
Well, one of the best in the business, maybe the best second baseman in the game at this point. Good solid defender, and always has a smile on his face.
It was fun last night watching him and Adam Lind. UNPA talked about it. And Phillips shoots one through, and a diving stop by Jeanette, and he will make the play at first. A run will score, but a very nice play by Scooter Jeanette to erase Phillips.
Yeah, he was shaded up the middle, had a long way to go. Phillips didn't hit it all that hard, but watch the way Scooter angles back and is able to get it. Phillips not running all that well these days. Actually, he started to make the turn, didn't he? That's why he ultimately got thrown out. He thought that ball was in the right field, was making a big wide turn. And Jeanette able to come up with it and throw him out by a step. Nice play.
Bourgeois scores, first run of the night. Jay Bruce moves to third, and here's Todd Frazier. See the 29 home runs Only 4 since the All-Star break, as a squeeze is on, lays one down, and he is going to reach, and a run will score. So with 2 men out, Frazier lays one down the line. Bruce is in. It's 2-0 Cincinnati.
They'll do that any day with a guy with 29 home runs. I'm surprised that Herrera didn't let that go. Had some crazy spin on it. Check it out. Watch when it hits the ground. It's got the spin. It looks like it's going to start rolling foul. I think the only chance that Herrera had was to let it go. They weren't going to get him at first. And he touches it right there. It's a fair ball and a base hit.
RBI number 76 for Todd Frazier. Here's Eugenio Suarez, the shortstop.
That's about the worst bunt you can possibly drop down and get a base hit. That's because Herrera was way behind the bag trying to cover as much ground as he could. That was a pop-up. Ends up being a base hit and an RBI.
Yeah, you're right. It looked like that was spin and foul. But Herrera maybe thinking it was going to die on the grass, but no play to be made.
Think about the hits in this inning, right? Matt Garza. Nothing hit very well.
Yeah, bloop, a punch down the line, and then the bunt. And Garza finds himself down a couple of runs here in the first inning. 1-1 pitch coming to Suarez. He was 0 for 4 last night. A lot of time at shortstop. Zach Cozart lost back in June to a knee injury. Cozart looked like he had the makings of a pretty productive year going when he went down with the season-ending injury. Suarez getting the opportunity and hitting .288. Cut and a miss at a Garza fastball, 2-2.
Cozart might be one of the better shortstops in the league. I mean, very solid. Started to swing the bat, had some power. Yeah, but Suarez getting a chance. He's made the most of it.
Part of that offseason trade with the Tigers last December involved Alfredo Simon. Runner goes and the pitch is taken. Here's a throw down to second. They got him by a lot. Frazier trying to run. Lucroy not having it. You give Jonathan a chance. If he can get it done, he just did. But the Reds put 2 on the board in the first. The Brewers once and 2 are on the board for Cincinnati as the Brewers come calling. Bottom half of the first here at Miller Park as we take a look at that Brewers batting order presented by Potawatomi and Scooter Jeanette. At the top of the order, followed by Jonathan Lucroy and Ryan Braun. Adam Lind hitting cleanup, followed by Chris Davis and Domingo Santana. Elian Herrera, Gene Segura, and Matt Garza round out the batting order, and it's an order that will face yet another rookie in this Reds rotation, Kivas Sampson.
Yeah, 5.55 ERA. Has been getting hit pretty hard his last 3 times out, and earned run average over 8. And opponents have been hitting over 400 against him, beginning a lot of the play with his pitches. Got called up on July 30th, right around the trading deadline. He made his first start back on August 2nd. One of 5 rookies in the starting rotation for the Cincinnati Reds. This is the 29th consecutive game where the Reds have put a rookie on the mound to start the game.
Yeah, you think of that rotation at the beginning of the year. Homer Bailey, obviously, Cueto, Johnny Cueto, Mike Leake. Bailey having Tommy John surgery. Leake sent to the Giants. Cueto, of course, part of the trade with the Royals. Nothing but rookies for the last month in this Reds rotation. Sampson will work against Scooter Gennett here in the bottom half of the first. Gennett 0 for 3, scored a run last night, was walked. Last night it was the Brewers getting the early jump. Tonight it's Cincinnati. We'll see what the Brewers do in their first at-bat of the night. Gennett hitting .254, but 30 points better than that since he was brought back up after being sent to AAA early in the year. 1-2 pitch, and that is smoked into center field, a base hit.
Now Sampson, basically a 3-pitch pitcher. He's got the fastball, the old low 90s. Not a lot of movement on it. Just threw a changeup to Scooter that he hit hard into center field. 86 miles an hour. Good job by Gennett to stay on. And he's got a curveball. And talking to Darnell Coles, nobody's really seen much of him, but he likes his fastball. He's going to throw a lot of them.
Take a look at Darnell. He's got Scooter Gennett going in the right direction. The first inning single. And here's Jonathan Lucroy, speaking of someone who's going in the right direction. Lucroy's been hitting the ball well for a while, and he has been rewarded of late. 6-game hitting streak going, 11 of 25 during that stretch, and some of that power which you knew was there is showing some strong signs of coming back.
Well, if you could say a guy is hitting a hard .250, it's Jonathan Lucroy. He's hit a number of balls hard that have been caught this year, particularly the last month. Hit into a lot of bad luck on the last road trip. It's starting to get back to what we remember of Jonathan Lucroy. Base hits to right. And some doubles.
3 homers in these last 6 games. A couple in the first inning during that stretch. He's behind 2 strikes and nothing to Kivas Sampson.
And Barnhart, a very solid defender behind home plate. He's got a terrific throwing arm. Yeah, good work behind home plate to block it. That's what we're talking about with Lucroy. Last 6 games, over 400. He's got the 7 extra base hits and 7 RBIs, and starting to swing the bat like Jonathan Lucroy did a year ago. Fell to a very tough start this year. Went on the disabled list, and it's been a grind for him until the last 2 weeks.
1-2 pitch. Lucroy up to 7 homers now with this recent show of power. First time around this Brewer batting order to ever have seen Kivas Sampson at this level. Gennett with a single to center to start the inning. After starting Lucroy 0-2, 3 straight have been away from the strike zone. Ryan Braun waits on deck.
And Sampson coming in, 11 walks, 22 strikeouts, and 24 in the 3rd inning. That's a lot of walks. He's given up a lot of base hits.
A couple of very short outings his last couple. Gennett's on the move, but it's ball 4. So the Brewers have runners at first and second. First 2 reach are in the bottom half of the first. Brewers got a couple of early runs last night off of Raisel Iglesias, and then He settled in.
Well, he shut him down, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. 16 straight, and then Brewers were able to get that offense going again. But boy, Iglesias could see where teams would struggle against him. It's pretty good stuff.
I mean, he's got a chance to be pretty good.
Ryan Braun, who's been pretty good in his career against the Reds, to the tune of 28 career homers. So first inning threat for Milwaukee after the Reds put a couple on the board to begin the game. .23 homers for Braun. Goes into this game with 18 stolen bases, so still a couple of bags away from his 4th career 2020 season.
I mean, look how far Votto is off the line. Trying to cover as much ground between first and second with Ryan Braun up there with Joey Votto. The further off the line you are, the shallower you have to play, because if you're off the line and deep, you just can't get to first base in time on a ground ball. You won't be able to get there in time for a throw.
Tucker Barnhart trying to settle his pitcher.
You see how far off the line he is, but when you're that shallow, that far off the line, you can't play deep. You just can't get back to first base.
The 2-0 pitch coming. Benjamin Garza had a winning decision against the Reds back in late April. It was a tight game until Braun broke it open with an 8th inning grand slam. The Brewers ended up winning going away. It's the only decision that Garza has had against the Reds this season. Ball goes the other way, but it carries into the seats.
Yeah, see how straight that fastball is from Sampson. Pretty much straight as a string, and Braun a little bit behind it.
Sampson, originally a 4th round pick 6 years ago by San Diego Padres. They'd selected him off waivers back in January. Start number 6 and appearance number 7 with the Reds. Braun is out on strikes, first out of the inning.
Man, let's check out the Menards Reds defense, one of the better defensive teams in the National League. They've committed only 63 errors this year. That's 4th fewest. Schumacher, Bourgeois, and Bruce in the outfield. Frazier, Suarez, Phillips, and Votto, same infield as last night. And Tucker Barnhart behind home plate. Very good defensive catcher behind home plate for Cincinnati. Oh, and the Gold Glover out at second.
Yeah, 4 of them, as a matter of fact. Here's Adam Lind. A couple of hits last night, including an 8th inning double. It scored 2. Gave the Brewers some more breathing room in that game. And then Francisco Rodriguez, in a non-save situation, retired the side in order to get the Brewers through game 1 of this series with a win. Lind has shown some power against the Reds this year. He's gone deep against Cincinnati 4 times. 4 of his 17 home runs against Cincinnati here this season. And that is smacked into center field. A base hit. Here comes Jeanette. He's going to score, and the Brewers are on the board. Adam Lind, a run-scoring single. Runners at first and second as the Brewers cut the lead in half.
Yeah, both the base hits for the Brewers in this inning have been right on the nose. I mean, right on a sweet spot. So Jeanette, who led off the game with a single, comes around to score. 94 miles an hour right down the middle. No movement whatsoever, and Lind able to center on it and driving the first run for the Brewers tonight.
sounded good and looked good. Here's Chris Davis, an RBI last night. He has had a terrific month of August, leading the National League in home runs and RBIs in this month. See the overall numbers: 10 of the homers, 24 of the RBIs in this month of August.
It just looks like a very patient, confident hitter up at the plate. We come on the air talking about Santana, his quick hands. Chris Davis takes a back seat to nobody in that department.
Always fun to watch him in batting practice. It's been a lot of fun watching him beyond batting practice here this month. Getting back into the lineup on a regular basis. A, healthy, and B, moves made obviously with Gomez and Gerardo Parra. So the door's swinging back open for Chris Davis to see what he can do out there. Kivas Sampson ahead in the count. No balls, 2 strikes. Brewers will see the Reds in Cincinnati next weekend. It's been a tightly contested season series for many years, but the Brewers haven't had the better of it in close to a decade.
Yeah.
They have the edge, at least going into this game, by a game.
Yeah, Brewers swept Cincinnati last time the Brewers were at Great American Ballpark. That was part of a road trip sweep from Milwaukee. Took 4 from Philly, went into Cincinnati, swept that series.
They have won 5 straight, the Brewers have, against the Reds. We'll still see plenty of them between now and the end of the season. There's a chopper that'll be handled by Todd Frazier, and they'll get the force of third for the second out of the inning. Well, 2 men out, 2 men on, and here's Domingo Santana and what he has been doing here in these first 6 games. Powerball home run count, 3 of them in the first 6 for Santana. And Rocky talked about it, his ability to drive the ball to the opposite field. Very good early returns for the big guy here, Santana.
Yeah, both of his opposite field home runs, and he really didn't get that good of extension. He's just so strong. He's got such good leverage because he's 6'5". Just a good athlete. He's raw in his abilities. Just imagine what he could do. And the Brewers start getting their work on him. Darnell Cole's been working with him. He's starting to be a little bit more patient at the plate as he's getting a little bit more comfortable in the starting lineup.
And that lineup in center field again tonight for Craig Counsell's team. He's hitting for a very good average in AAA. Showing power here, has 4 hits as a Brewer, a double, and 3 home runs. Ball, 2 strikes to Santana.
Yeah, Santana's still looking back to Dan Bellino saying, hey, I'm 6'5". Right at the bottom of the strike zone, apparently.
Ball, 2 strikes. That is blocked effectively by Barnhart.
Well, certainly the better of the 2 defensively, Barnhart and Pena. Pena got the start last night. Very good throwing arm. Calls a good game, and he's a switch hitter.
High school near Indianapolis, he caught Drew Storen for a couple of years. Brownsburg, Indiana, where Barnhart is from. Of course, the Reds were hoping that Devin Mesoraco would have been their everyday catcher, but I mentioned Mesoraco's season never really started to any degree.
Only 23 games for Mesoraco. Last year's was an all-star behind home plate last year. Mesoraco, that's a big loss for you.
Two and two to Santana. Doesn't get cheated. So good hard cut. Reds put 2 on the board on 3 hits against Matt Garza. A bloop, a punch down the line, and a bunt. The Brewers have countered with a run so far and threatening for more. 2-2 again. Got him. Hits him with a curveball, and Sampson gets out of further trouble, but the Brewers get a run on the board, and we are through the first inning here at Miller Park.
Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. It's a 2-1 lead for the Reds here at Miller Park. And Craig Counsell addressed the running game, saying we absolutely need to be better in that area of the game. He'll be pleased that the first inning ended with Jonathan Lucroy throwing out Todd Frazier at second. And he said, you know, over the last 6 games, the Brewers have allowed 11 stolen bases and only thrown out 1. But he said that's not necessarily a reflection solely of Lucroy. He said he feels Lucroy's throwing the ball as well as he has all season. It really starts with the pitchers. He said they need to do a better job working in the stretch and obviously throwing strikes. He said that was something they really struggled with on the road trip. So pace, working from the stretch, something that he wants his starting rotation to do a better job of.
Thanks, Sophia. Yeah, you're right, Rock. You caught, you know, I mean, the statistic goes to the catcher, but they also keep track. You can look at stats and what pitchers teams have been able to run against certain pitchers, but you know, with catchers, sometimes that stat, maybe it gets looked at more than it should if it's not a positive stat. You don't have a chance to throw somebody out, and that's been the case with Lucroy.
Yeah, his throwing has been very good. I mean, his release has been very quick. He's been on the money for the most part. I mean, there's once in a while he's going to let one go and not get off a good throw, but you know, I think it goes. You got to peel back the onion a little bit. You know, the starting rotation in particular has been struggling to throw strikes, struggling to get out, and you know, the last thing they're thinking of is base runners holding them close when you're just searching for good quality pitches, and you know, the opposition has been running wild on them. You got to pin right back to the starting pitching. You know, you got to hold runners on. Frazier got a good jump. He looked in and looked as though he was waiting for somebody to take off or swing at that pitch, but Frazier out easy. Not a base stealer, but Lucroy's throw once again right on the money.
Had a fair chance to get the runner, and Jonathan Lucroy did just that. Eugenio Suarez with a base hit back up the middle to start the second for Cincinnati. And here's Skip Schumacher, first pitch swinging, and fouls it into the seats.
And guys like Todd Frazier, the guys that you have to be able to throw out. I mean, you cannot allow those guys to steal bases. Now, Billy Hamilton, you know, your big base stealers, the guys that make a living stealing bases, those are the guys, you know, you throw out one of those guys every one every 4 times you try and get them. That's a pretty good percentage, but it's the average base runners that you have to be able to contain.
That is shot, and it gets through Adam Lind and down the right field line. Suarez will round third, and they're going to have him apply the brakes. It's a double down the line for Schumacher on a hot shot that Lind could not gather.
Well, Schumacher continues to have really good numbers against Matt Garza, now 7 for 18 in his career, and this one about undresses Lind. Even with the bag holding the runner and taking a tricky hop, not able to get a piece of it, and all the way down in the corner. That is a bullet off the bat of Skip Schumacher, who really sees the ball well off of Garza.
The Reds had 3 hits in the first. None particularly hard hit, but the first 2 here in the second. Well hit balls. Suarez up the middle and Schumacher down the line and right. Here's Tucker Barnhart. Switch hitting catcher. He shoots one. Look out. Foul just behind the dugout. Sure everyone's all right.
I see the players looking into the stands and hoping that everybody's going to be all right. Nobody's hurt. Guys feel bad when that happens. They really do. You can't do anything about it, but they still feel bad.
Everybody appears to be okay. And we play on. Garza out in front, 2 strikes to the Reds catcher. '25th start of the year for Matt Garza. The last 2 outings were tough, but the previous before that were pretty good. Got a win against the Padres, a no decision, but pitched well on the 12th of August against the Cubs down at Wrigley. 7 innings, gave up just 3 hits and a couple of runs. Trying to get back to that type of rhythm.
Yeah, it really comes down to fastball command. I mean, throwing the fastball, the velocity, really no different for Garza. But, when he's able to put it on the corners, particularly when he's able to establish the inside corner to both right-handers and left-handers, that's when he has his good games. It's been a problem for him last couple of times out.
Spun a beauty against the Reds. They're going back to last year. 4th of July weekend, a 2-hit shutout. Struck out 9. The Reds already with 5 hits in this game, including a couple this inning. There's a bouncing ball to Lind. A run will score. The feed to Garza. It's 3-1 Cincinnati as Suarez is in.
And Lind took a look at Suarez as he was heading to home plate, but good idea to just get the out at first base. So the Reds have scored 2 runs tonight on groundouts.
Yeah, Brandon Phillips in the first. But a nice play by Jeanette. A diving stop to get Phillips, but a run scored, and now Tucker Barnhart with an RBI, his 11th of the year. Schumacher the runner at third, and you see the Brewers infield is anticipating the bunt from Kivas Sampson. Nothing but rookies in this Reds rotation. We'll see how one of these rookie pitchers can handle a bat in a bunting situation. Reds have dropped 13 of their last 14 and are 6-20 here in the month of August. It's a bouncer to Gene Segura, and the throw to the plate is in plenty of time as they cut down Schumacher at home.
Now the contact play on, and that's about as easy as it gets for Gene Segura. One hopper right to him, and that's about an easy out as you're going to get at home plate. Luke Kerr with the tag. Interesting that they had the contact play on with the top of the order coming up. I guess if you're Cincinnati, they're looking to get that run on the ground out, but you get the out at first, and Schumacher holds. He's at third base with the leadoff hitter coming up.
Turns into a room service play. So top of the order, Bourgeois, singled to center to begin the game. Kivas Sampson, the pitcher, is the runner at first. That was the second hit to center tonight for Jason Bourgeois. Hit number 6 already for the Reds.
Yeah, Bourgeois off the handle his first time up, and this one off the end of the bat. So there you go, the contact play. The Brewers get the out at home plate, and Bourgeois with the base hit would have scored a run. The former Brewer, Jason Bourgeois.
Yeah, about 6 years ago, right? Played a couple dozen games with the Brewers. Back to that 2009 season. Guess they had a home run as a Brewer, did Bourgeois. Here's Jay Bruce. Punched a double down the left field line in the first inning. Garza has struggled with Bruce in his career. A couple of home runs for the Reds right fielder off of Garza. 10 for 28 is Bruce in his career against Matt. And that bounced up there, and it gets away from Lucroy and will trickle into the dugout.
Yeah, one base from the mound. If it goes out of play, Sampson has to hold up at third base. A tough pitch for Lucroy to block a fastball in front of home plate. Ends up in the Brewers dugout.
The wild one has him at second and third. Reds with a run across here in the second. 2 more in scoring position. Tough, frustrating year for Matt Garza. Spurts of good effective pitching, but unfortunately a lot of others where it's just been a struggle. And Bruce with a fly ball hit back into deep center field, and that is gone. 3-run homer for Jay Bruce. As the Reds unloading here early on tonight.
Already 7 hits and 6 runs off of Garza. And Jay Bruce always seems to get hot when the Brewers are in town, or if the Brewers get to Cincinnati. That was a blast way up off the scoreboard. A 3-run shot with 2 outs.
Him again, says the fan. Jay Bruce.
He's something, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, this guy could be coming in 0 for 30 and start getting hot.
Yeah, it had been a miserable month of August for Bruce, but the big picture, he has fared well against Garza, and that's his 29th career homer against Milwaukee. Talking about Jay Bruce.
And 3rd against Garza in his career. So the lineup shuffle for Jay Bruce helps. He's hitting in front of Joey Votto, so he might be getting some better pitches to hit as opposed to down near the bottom of the order. And Bruce hit 7th last night. Actually 6th.
2-1 to Votto. Yeah, the Reds' order there for a time was very consistent, and then there were injuries, obviously, losing Billy Hamilton, and then just ineffective offense. So Brian Price trying to shake things up a bit. 2-1 pitch to Votto. Votto took a called 3rd strike in the first inning. These two teams engaged in a wild one early this season. Back in April, a 16-10 game at Miller Park. Grand slams were wild that night, including Elian Herrera going deep with the bases loaded for the Crew. 2-2 pitch. Otto, the 5-time All-Star, was the MVP of the National League 5 years ago.
I'm not going to see too many hitters more focused on an individual pitch by pitch, and Joey Votto. Look how high he chokes up on that bat with 2 strikes. Just trying to put the ball in play, and even with all that, he struck out over 100 times this year. That's the biggest surprise for me with Votto. I mean, you know, he's going to walk. Very patient at the plate. He's going to be around 300. But the 100 strikeouts, based on the approach that he has up there at the plate, no matter what the score, no matter what the count. I mean, look at the way he's focused in on Matt Garza.
Choking up on the bat, like you said. It seems like that classic old school 2-strike approach, and that's a classic old school 2-strike at bat there for Votto as he goes the other way.
And just trying to put the bat on the baseball. He does it very well that time, and another base hit. 8 hits now for Cincinnati in less than 2 innings. Against a team, Garza, that has been shut out in back-to-back games. Finding the offense tonight.
The Brewers had that stretch of ineffective starts that was snapped last night by the work of Taylor Youngman. Unfortunately, tonight's starter, Matt Garza, is struggling mightily. Craig Counsell still would like to get some innings out of him here. The bullpen quiet. Reds with 8 hits. And we are in just the 2nd inning. Here's Brandon Phillips. Youngman getting a win last night again. Is a good bounce back performance for Taylor. He's gone through a couple of ups and downs, certainly more ups than downs, but he's had a tough outing. He has snapped back right away. And it's encouraging.
Well, and everybody was waiting for, you know, how he was going to respond after a rough outing. It took a while for him to have a bad outing. But he's bounced back a couple of times now. Could be for real, this kid.
Ball is strike to Phillips. Well, the Reds in their recent tailspin, we mentioned they've won just once in the last 14 games, but that one win was earlier this week against the Tigers when they won 12-5, and 10 of those 12 runs came in a single inning. They did explode against Detroit, but as we mentioned, shut out in their last 2 games last night, as well as a couple of days ago in Cincinnati against Zach Greinke and the LA Dodgers. Difficult times for both of these clubs, with the Reds having the worst of it here lately. But not tonight, at least in the early going. 3-1 pitch, and Phillips is on. And that's going to get Rick Kranitz, the pitching coach, out of the dugout.
Yeah, Reds batted around in this 2nd inning. Tyler Thornburg getting loose. This one getting away from Garza quickly.
Try to settle down Matt as he gets ready to face Todd Frazier. Garza pitched into some bad luck in the first, but the Reds have hit the ball hard here in the 2nd, including a 3-run homer from Jay Bruce. Now Garza will face his 9th man here in the inning.
Yeah, that base hit that Frazier got, that bunt, has brought Ilian Herrera in a little bit. Last time up, he was way behind the bag. Now a little bit more even with the bag at third base. I doubt he's going to do it again. Not with 2 outs and a man at second. 2 outs and a man at third, a little different.
Jay Bruce was that runner at third, breaking for home, and like that bunt is on its way to spinning into foul territory. There's a nice diving stop. Elian Herrera, inning over. Nice play by Herrera to end the inning. But unfortunately, a long inning it was as the Reds score 4 and they lead by 5. Run second for Cincinnati as the Reds lead the Brewers 6-1. Hey, it's now time for you to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use hashtag #WithStateAStrongFan and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. Bottom of the second here at Miller Park. Brewers put a run across in the first. 7, 8, 9 in the order. Elian Herrera leading off here for Milwaukee. Nice play by Herrera. Taking a hit and another run away is Todd Frazier with a sharp ground ball that Herrera was able to glove and get the force at second. He's finally in that top half of the frame. And the Reds scored 4 times. Herrera continues to play pretty well. He's been given the opportunity, be it at third or the left-handers on the mound. You could see him over at second. Opening up third for Hernan Perez. Early on, 30 years old, been up, been down.
Kind of the way it was last year, too. I mean, wherever you plug him in the outfield or in the infield, and he'll get some hits for you. Good utility player on the bench and getting a lot of playing time in that starting lineup lately. Kind of keeping Hernan Perez on the bench.
Mentioned Herrera had a role in that game against the Reds in which they were a combined 26 runs scored. And a grand slam. In spurts he has shown a bit of power. If you look at the 5 homers, but it's not a ton obviously, but he has shown some ability to drive the ball. But his versatility, switch hitter, keeping him alive.
He's always had a good attitude. Even when he got taken off the roster, he decided to go down to the minor leagues. Knew that, Milwaukee was an organization where he might have had an opportunity to get back to the big leagues, and sure enough, here he is.
And here he is drawing a walk to start the bottom of the second. Keep in mind, Kiva Sampson in his last 2 starts, he went but 4 against the Tigers. That was a game where the Reds put 12 on the board. Last 2 just 3 1/3 in the start before that against the Royals.
Yeah, 7 1/3 innings in 2 starts, 9 earned runs.
The Brewers have dug themselves a hole, but it's early and against a rookie pitcher who has yet to find his rhythm, and Tucker Barnhart with a quick visit. "24 years old, Kivas Sampson. From Florida. Gene Segura looks at a strike. Reds with 2 in the first and 4 in the second. Brewers trying to see if they can chip away. Segura was hitless last night in 3 trips. Checks in at 258.
Brewers like to see him drive the ball a little bit, maybe try to pull the ball a little bit when he has the count in his favor, like that last pitch. And Segura's game is to go to right field, but once in a while, nothing wrong with trying to get a pitch you can pull, get yourself an extra base hit, maybe an RBI.
Yeah, saw him early in the year go to the opposite field with success.
That's his game. He's not a home run hitter. Doesn't pretend to be, but there are opportunities sometimes, even with guys that don't hit a lot of home runs, to drive the ball. We're not talking about homers, we're talking about doubles.
Herrera's running as the pitch is fouled out of play. How about you and BA? I think earlier in this week in the road trip that Segura talked about it too. I mean, he has an ability, as we mentioned, to hit the ball the other way, but just 10 walks, and bring that up because he can run. When he gets on base, he's a good stolen base threat and can have a good percentage in that category. You just like to see that on base percentage go up.
Yeah.
Three-two pitch. Herrera on the move as that is hit in the air right field, and Jay Bruce is going to have to chase it up against the wall. Herrera rounding third, and the stop sign is up. And there's an opposite field double for Gene Segura.
Asking you shall receive, right?
Absolutely.
Well, not always, but Segura able to drive that one over the head of Jay Bruce. There's a good piece of hitting by Segura. Number 9 double for Segura. Fastball out away from him, and that's a nice swing. Thinking right field, got a pitch up and drove it. One hops the wall out there in right center. And down by 5 runs. The Brewers not one to test the arm of Jay Bruce. Never a good idea to try and test that throwing arm in right.
A very strong arm out there in right field for Cincinnati. Well, the Brewers have something going. And Matt Garza at the plate. 3 for 36, if you're wondering. Swinging away. And down 2 strikes. Garza goes down swinging. There's the first out of the inning.
All breaking pitches to Matt Garza. Hey, it's vintage Brewers bobblehead day tomorrow afternoon at Miller Park. The Brewers wrap up their series against the Reds, and all fans will get an old-fashioned nodder courtesy of Sendik's Food Markets. Great seats are still available at brewers.com/tickets. He's looking at you.
He's ready for you tomorrow. Top of the order, Scooter Gennett. Single to center in the first. lot of offense early tonight. Ball is strike to Jeanette. Hitting close to 290. Just being brought back up. That short stint in the minors. You see him again almost exclusively against right-handers. Almost exclusively. The Reds will have a left-hander starting tomorrow, John Lamb. Herrera at third, Segura the runner at second. Sampson with a 1-2. Mid-90s with a fastball.
Yeah, he can touch 96 every now and again, but you know, cruising speed at about 93, 94. But again, pretty straight. Not a lot of movement on it.
Count holds 2-2 to the Cincinnati-born Scooter Gennett. Hit the Reds well in his career, better than 290. That is 1 for 1 tonight. Two again.
Scooter's really done a good job getting that batting average up. You know, since his call up, he's raised his average 100 points. Been about $150 when he got sent down. That's the way he was swinging the bat last year. Hitting around 300 since his call up.
Some occasional power in there. 6 homers, 5 have come since the call up. And again the 2-2. And that is a base hit to left. Herrera's in. And Segura will hold at third. RBI single for Gennett. The throw gets through. Coming home Segura. He's in.
Great base running by Gene Segura. Always looking to take that extra base. Good anticipation. The ball squirted out of the way of Todd Frazier. And Segura able to get a run. The Brewers down by 3. Yeah, a little jam shot off the bat of Scooter Gennett. 1 runs in. Let's see what happens here. Not a very good throw out there in left field by Schumacher. It's going to be an error on him. And the Brewers get a run. That's just not a very good throw by the Cincinnati left fielder. And it wasn't that long a throw either.
So a hit and an error, an RBI for Gennett as he advances to second. And here's Jonathan Lucroy. 6-3 ball game.
It's going to be one of those nights, Matty, at the ballpark.
Yeah, it is.
A lot of offense.
Seen it before with these two teams.
Yeah, 9 runs already in 2 innings.
Settle in. Oh, 1 to Lucroy.
Activity at that Reds pen now. Brian Price not messing around.
Both bullpens have been active in this second inning. Pedro Villarreal getting loose for the Reds. A couple of long men getting some work in the bullpen. Thornburg a little while ago. for the Brewers, and now Villarreal for Cincinnati. As Lucroy down the line at third. Nice stab, Frazier, and the throw is in time for the second out of the inning. Jeanette has to hold at second.
Man, pretty good play by Frazier. Not hit all that hard. Question was he going to be able to get enough on the throw to get Lucroy? And goes down, gets up quickly, and makes a good throw to Votto. And Lucroy tried to hook a pitch away from him. And a good play by Todd Frazier at third base to get the out.
Two men out with a runner at second for Ryan Braun. Out in front, down a strike. 28 career homers, 69 career RBIs for Braun against the Reds. A ball to strike. Both pitchers having some early struggles. Garza for Milwaukee and Sampson for Cincinnati. Break even pitch. There's a chance for Brandon Phillips. And that will end the second inning, but the Brewers, who scored one in the first, tacking on a couple of more in the second. We are through two in Milwaukee. Cincinnati as we move to the top half of the third inning. We welcome you to the broadcast booth. You know Bill Schroeder. I'm BA's fill-in. Todd Johnson, the Brewers Assistant Director of Amateur Scouting and Baseball Research, joining us here in the third.
Thanks.
First, yeah, welcome in. I tell you, and I think I speak for Rock on this, a lot of the fun when we come to the ballpark every day, we get our hands on the minor league report, just kind of keeping tabs on some of the prospects. And I think one of the many exciting things going on is that these prospects they're putting up some pretty good numbers, some eye-popping numbers, and several of them really of late have been excelling, right?
Yeah, we've definitely got a number of guys putting up really good performances this year. The Biloxi team in particular has had a number of guys have really good stretches, especially lately, and on the mound. Orlando Arcia's continued to hit well through the whole year, but the pitching side with Lopez and Hauser and Hader and Tyler Wagner have all been pitched very well all year, and especially since in the last couple of weeks.
It is all. I mean, it's about a lot of things. But when you've got those good pitching prospects going, and you mentioned those guys in Biloxi, and you have that going for you, that's a lot of promise right there when you have pitchers performing like that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always exciting to watch those guys, and pitching's hard to find at the big league level. So the more you can develop of your own, the better off you're going to be.
Yeah, these guys down in Double A. I mean, you mentioned that a lot of these guys have really had good years. I mean, it had to be tempting to call them up to Triple A and kind of move them up, advance their progress. But at the same token, you want to keep them together so they can maybe win a championship down there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's been a big discussion, I think. Just let these guys who kind of went through a lot this year with the opening road trip and then have really played well all year, let them stick together and try and win this Southern League championship this year. So
it's got to be real exciting for a lot of these minor league guys. I mean, they see what's happening here at the major league level. I mean, the Brewers are making a commitment to rebuild, and it's got to give them a lot of excitement knowing that they might be a phone call away. Once you're in Double A, I mean, you're a phone call away from getting to the big leagues. That's going to be a big boost for those guys.
Absolutely. Look at Tyler Wagner this year. He was Double A, pitched well. He earned a shot up here. Came up here, was a little shorter than we anticipated maybe, but he pitched, back down there, and he's continued to pitch well, which is important. But yeah, once you get to Double A, you're right there. You're on the cusp.
Now you guys scouted Domingo Santana. You guys are right on. All the stuff that we heard about Santana, I mean, he is not disappointed at all. He's some kind of talent out there.
Yeah, he's, obviously you see the obvious big body, strong. He's got a good swing. He's got the power to the opposite field. That's exciting, especially this ballpark that tends to play pretty well.
Visiting with Todd Johnson, the assistant director, amateur scouting and baseball research. We were showing you a couple of guys in Biloxi, but get on Arizona. Now, a couple of these guys have moved on to Helena, but come on, Gilbert Lara, Trent Clark. I mean, these are guys who, and actually in the case of Clark, he's doing some damage already in Helena. Pretty exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, Clark's a good player. Obviously, he was our first pick this year, 15th overall out of high school in the Arlington area. He's just a hitter. He's a good baseball player all around, but he can certainly swing the bat. He was the best hitter last year with the high school Team USA team, and he's just gone out and he performed well in Arizona, and I think he's 6 of his first 7 up in Helena coming into the night. So, exciting guy. He plays center field. He can run, throws well. It's just an exciting talent to add. We're excited to add him for sure, and he's gone out and proven why.
1 out and 1 on here for the Reds. Skip Schumacher with a base hit to left. Tucker Barnhart, the catcher, now at the plate, and here's a chance for a double play. There's 4, there's 6, and there's 3. That is a double play. That was quick. We've got a lot more we could get into here, but
last time you were here was an 8-pitch inning. We need to have you up here more often.
I need to stay, man. I know. Whenever we pitch, I'll come back in.
That's right. We'll see you top of the 4th. Right? It's a deal. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it much.
Good luck, John.
A 6-3 ball game. There's a nice quiet inning for Matt Garza. We move to the bottom of the 3rd. Hotel and Casino. Bottom of the third we go. Double play. A friend of Matt Garza as the Reds kept off the board in the third. 6-3 Cincinnati. Hey, it's time for the annual Milwaukee Bucks golf event, benefiting the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. This year's event Tuesday, September 22nd at the River Club of Mequon. 11 a.m. shotgun start. Sign up your foursome today. Visit foxsportswisconsin.com and click on the upcoming events tab for details. Well, I thank Todd Johnson for joining us. It was quick. Double play hitting the top of the third. We'll see what the Brewers can do here in the bottom of the frame. But there are some exciting things going on, and he touched on it with Biloxi, and it'd be easy to forget that they had that really extended road trip to start the year. They put together
some games.
Absolutely.
And they still won the first half.
They did. And they've got some exciting young talent. He mentioned Orlando Arcia, among others. And the pitching at Biloxi he touched on, and that is huge if that can continue to develop here for this ball club.
Yeah, no kidding.
Adrian Hauser and Josh Hader came over in that trade with the Astros involving, of course, Carlos Gomez and Mike Fiers. Jorge Lopez 3-1 this month alone, an ERA of just a touch over 1. There's Tyler Wagner. Saw him, albeit briefly, here with the big club, putting together a really nice year. 11-5 his record, and an ERA of just a shade over 2.
They didn't even touch on Davies and Phillips. Phillips, we understand, is hurt. He's got a hand issue that doesn't seem to be serious. Hey, you wonder who you're going to see here in September. That's Tuesday, September 1st. The rosters expand for Major League Baseball.
Adam Lind to left field. Schumacher on the run, and he makes the catch. Nice play. First out here in the third. Here's Chris Davis. Talk about that month of August that he has had. Check it out. I mean, that's some serious work done this month. Leading the league in home runs and RBIs. Top 3 in slugging percentage.
And the driving rain knocking one out at Progressive Field in Cleveland. 5 of Davis's last 7 hits have been home runs. Davis happy about the home run power, but you talk to him and you talk about his season. He'd like to get that batting average up.
It's it in the air to center, and that's Jason Bourgeois. A couple of hard hit balls and nothing to show for it for the Crew here in the third.
Yeah, that one a little bit down on the end. Didn't quite get on the sweet spot.
Two up and 2 down. Great Council will take a look now at Domingo Santana. Struck out to end the first inning.
Yeah, best curveball that Sampson's thrown all night to Santana to strike him out.
Both pitchers looking to settle. Matt Garza kept the Reds off the board in the third. Fly ball off the bat of Suarez, a single from Skip Schumacher, but Tucker Barnhart rolled into a 4-6-3 double play. First 2 Brewers have flied out here in the third. Lind to left and Davis to center. A busy night here so far for Sampson. Pitch number 73 coming up. Two balls, 2 strikes. Sampson's last outing against the Tigers, he worked 4 innings, 100 pitches. The game the Reds won 12-5. Sampson worked 4 innings and gave up 5 runs. 2-2 pitch. Game number 7 for Santana in a Brewers uniform. Second in the home park. This is lifted to right field. Jay Bruce drifting back. There's a carry to it, but not enough as Bruce at the track will end the inning, and the Brewers retired in order. We are through 3. It's 6-3 Cincinnati. Presented by Columbia St. Mary's. Edwin Encarnacion of the Blue Jays had a really good month today.
Yeah.
Check out those numbers. 3 homers, 9 runs batted in this afternoon.
Yeah, how about those Toronto Blue Jays? There's something else. And then doing Encarnacion, one of the best days you can have as a big leaguer. Did not set a major league record. The major league record's 12 RBIs in a game. Can you imagine 12?
12. Well, that's a month.
Yeah. Slick hitting Mark Whitten. Forget what year it was. He hit 4 homers. 12 ribbies.
Have a day for a Blue Jays team that can score in bunches to begin with. And then the day that Encarnacion 3 for 5, scored 4 runs, drove in 9. That's how it looks in the American League East as the Yankees still chasing. Blue Jays making moves at the deadline. And a team that was good to begin with. A team that can score a lot in an era where they're well documented not a lot of offense for many clubs, but the Blue Jays a very notable exception.
How about those 2 trading deadline deals to pick up Tulowitzki and Price? Goodness.
Tulowitzki in that leadoff spot. I say he may not be that classic leadoff hitter, but it seems to be working okay.
Yeah. Is there a classic leadoff hitter anymore?
You know, I was just going to ask you that. There, you know, when Gomez was here, you know, would he had been described as that? Obviously not, but a guy who could hit with power. He could run, he could steal bases for you, and was very exciting. But yeah, you're right. I'm not sure there really is. It was Sampson beginning the second inning, and Garza punches him out first out of the inning.
Well, back in the day when your leadoff hitter was expected to have what, about a 375, 380 on base percentage? That doesn't exist anymore.
Matt Garza trying to settle things down. Went through the 3rd inning unscathed. And strikeout of his counterpart to begin the 4th. Jason Bourgeois has been troubled tonight, though. A couple of base hits to center.
He's hit the baseball in every part of the bat but the sweet spot. Got 2 hits. Handle, end. Doesn't matter, though. He's been on twice and he scored a couple of runs. That's what a leadoff hitter does.
He got things started in a 2-run first. Kept things going in a 4-run second. Bourgeois, his second year with this Reds organization. I showed you those American League East standings a moment ago. The wild card race in that league is a very crowded house. At the moment, the Yankees and the Rangers is the wild card entries, but the Twins just a half game out, Angels a game and a half. You still have the Orioles and the Rays within 3.5. The Brewers finished a series in Cleveland. They got a lot of traffic to hurdle, but 5 games out, and there's the 3rd hit of the night, all up the middle for Bourgeois.
And that time on a sweet spot, hit that one well. Well, top 2 in the batting order have been a big problem for Matt Garza. And fastball location once again. I mean, up, out over the plate, too much of the white of the plate, and a solid single in the center.
That is hit number 10 for Cincinnati. Here's Jay Bruce. Hammered one over the wall in center. This was how it looked 2 innings ago.
Same pitch, same issue. Too much of the plate up in the zone, and Jay Bruce knocks that one off the center field scoreboard.
His 19th home run of the year. His RBI total now at 72. But the moves that the Reds made, there were at least some who thought this man would be one of them. It obviously did not happen.
Man, he's built perfectly for that ballpark they play in. I mean, you know, just like Miller Park. I mean, Great American Ballpark, a home run hitter's haven, and be a tough guy to give up unless you can get something big in return.
Yeah, not a guy who's going to get you a big average, but a guy who will hit a lot of home runs, drive in a lot of runs, has that big arm out and right.
All right, 19 homers, 72 RBIs. That's not bad.
Nope.
I guess if they're expecting him to hit 290, 300, I guess that's disappointing, but he's definitely a threat every time he's up at the plate.
Big part of that draft 10 years ago that so well known, that first round, and that's hit in the air, center field. Santana will take care of it, out number 2.
Hey, from family gatherings to company outings and everything in between, there's no better place for a group outing than a Brewers game at Miller Park. Learn how you can bring your group to Miller Park for as little as $11 per ticket. Call 414-902-4777 or go to brewers.com/groups.
Matt Garza will face off with Joey Votto. That bounces up there, and this is a tough chance for Lucroy, and he will not get him. Bourgeois gets second on a pitch that bounced up there to the Brewers catcher.
It was going to be a wild pitch. Good anticipation by Jason Bourgeois. Looking to take that extra base. That ball didn't get away from Lucroy by much. Just a little bit, just enough, and Lucroy's throw short hop Segura, and he's in. Craig Counsell wants to take a look at that to see if Bourgeois actually touched the base initially. There it is right there. Does he come off? And Segura has been making more of an effort to keep that tag on runners as they get into second base. Safe there. Does he come off, and is the tag applied? There it is. Or is the hand in there? I guess not close enough, or
yeah, not enough there, I guess. Bourgeois got that hand back there quickly, and looks like quickly enough for the Brewers not to challenge. That goes off of Garza and into center field. Bourgeois will score, and it's a 7-3 ball game as that went off of Matt Garza. Still went on into center field.
Taking advantage quickly of the wild pitch. On a 1-0 count, and Joey Votto able to hit it hard into center. That might be it for Garza. That one got him on the back or pretty close, and into center field. Bourgeois with his 3rd run scored tonight.
And unfortunately, a short night here for Matt Garza as he is unable to get through the 4th inning. As the Reds hit him for 7 runs and a pitching change. Will step out here in the 4th inning with the Reds leading 7-3. Wisconsin is brought to you by Marshfield Clinic. Don't just live, shine. By Piggly Wiggly, the official supermarket of Fox Sports Wisconsin. And by Hupy and Abraham. 1-800-800-5678. Hupy and Abraham. Tell them you mean business. Unfortunately, the struggles continuing for Matt Garza, going just 3 2/3 innings, 7 runs allowed, and responsible for the runner at first. Another tough night as he gives way now to Tyler Thornburg.
And yet another short start by this Brewers starting rotation and putting a lot of pressure on this bullpen. Thornburg last pitched on Wednesday against the Indians in Cleveland. And inning and 2/3 scoreless had included a couple of strikeouts.
7 runs, 11 hits here for Cincinnati. Thornburg works against Brandon Phillips. Joey Votto, the runner at first. RBI single off the bat of the Reds' first baseman, ending the night for Garza.
The Brewers have been very fortunate to have the benefit of all these off days right now. They've got another off day on Monday, giving the bullpen a little bit of a break. Boy, they have worked a lot of innings since the beginning of the last road trip.
Yeah, I think I remember asking you a couple of weeks ago, was how many off days at this stage too many? And we thought, was it? Maybe it was. Well, obviously not, because of what you just mentioned.
Right.
Now trying to get some innings from Thornburg.
Since the beginning of the last road trip, that was the first game in Washington a week ago. Brewers starters have only managed to get through 5 innings twice.
Taylor Youngman last night going the first 6. And Jeremy Jeffress, Will Smith, and Francisco Rodriguez finish off the night. Here we are in the 4th inning, and Craig Counsell forced to go to his bullpen. Here's the 1-1 to Phillips. And a roller over to Scooter Gennett. Got to hurry and just does get it there in time. And Phillips, when you think he's going to argue, he's probably just going to smile, and that's what he did.
You see the players. I mean, they realize every close call you got to wait and see. I think Phillips is convinced he's walking off. Ooh, I don't know.
What's very close.
Pretty close.
We'll see if the Reds offer up a challenge.
He's okay with it.
I'm going to say we'll take the 1 run in the inning and leave it be at that. And that is the case. So Thornburg able to retire Brandon Phillips, and we are through 3 1/2 at Miller Park. Seven to 3. Lots of offense here in the early going tonight. Turning into a very nice night in Milwaukee. Here's tonight's CardSoup.com trivia question. What Cuban-born player pitched the most games with the Milwaukee Brewers? Good one tonight. Cuban-born player pitched the most games with the Brewers. 7, 8, and 9 in the batting order for the Crew. Elian Herrera against Kivas Sampson.
I remember 2 Cuban pitchers that the Brewers had. I'm not sure if there were any others, but that's a good one.
Making you think a little bit on that.
Obviously, with the 3 Cuban players the Reds have. Rolis Chapman, we saw last night's starter.
Yeah, Raisel Iglesias.
And Brian Pena, the catcher. All from Cuba.
So normally these trivia questions are on a tee for you, kind of.
Well, the most games. I mean, I have a guess. I think I might know who it is, but I don't want to give it away.
I understand. Gotta give everybody a fair chance to
think about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
They get real upset with me in the production truck when I do that.
There's Suarez, the shortstop, and that's out number 1.
They spend a lot of time trying to stump me every night.
And so rare is the occasion when they're actually able to do that, I trust.
Well, this is right on the edge. This is a gray area here. The most games pitched by a Cuban-born pitcher for the Brewers. Yeah, it's a
good one. Gene Segura. Can't make it easy for everybody every night. Make you dig a little bit for that answer. With Sampson getting into that Reds rotation, and those deadline deals were made involving Johnny Cueto, Mike Leake. Talked about it with this Reds rotation. No veteran starter really to lean on and pick the brain of somebody who's been around the block. There's a starter, Segura, with a base hit to left. 1 out, 1 on for the Crew here in inning number 4.
Starting to drive the ball a little bit. You can see the swing. He's looking to make some pretty good contact, able to pull that one into the hole and left. To be an opposite field hitter doesn't mean you have to hit the ball to right field all the time. When you think that way, they make a mistake off speed. That's when you can really attack that left field area.
2 for 2 tonight. Gene Segura. Here's Tyler Thornburg, came on in relief of Matt Garza. Was able to retire Brandon Phillips on a ground ball. And you see at bat number 2 this season for Thornburg. Frazier in real tight. The third, anticipating the bunt, and that gets by Barnhart. That'll work. Segura on to second.
Yeah, right off the end of the glove. That should be a pass ball for Barnhart. Well, sometimes when a pitcher or anybody that's trying to bunt is waving that bat in front of the catcher's eyes, you lose track of it. But I don't think that was the case. I think he was just keeping an eye on Segura. And you saw the eyes very quickly go from the baseball to Segura, who's getting his lead, and baseball went off the glove. Wild pitch. Okay.
For the moment. Bottom line, a runner at second. And a 2-ball, no strike count for Tyler Thornburg. Little chopper, and Sampson will make the play. A little high throw, but handled by Votto. And Segura has to hold at second. Two men out. Runner remains in scoring position for Scooter Gennett. We take a look at his night. Scooter Gennett at the plate, presented by Wendy's. Started that first inning the right way, and also a run scoring single 1 inning later. Is that batting average up to .259? He's 2 for 2 so far tonight. He's trying to push one down the third base line with Frazier playing back. Here's the 0-1. Barnhart had to go down and block that.
Yeah, good take by Scooter. That's normally a pitch that he has a difficult time laying off. That curveball down and in. That one a little bit too far down.
RBI chance for Scooter. He has driven in 25 on the year. In the meantime, pitched 91 on the way from Kivas Sampson. One and two the count. Brewers with 5 hits tonight. The Reds already with 11 to go with their 7 runs. Sampson very methodical out there. The 1-2 with the runner on the move and a bouncing ball through into right field, and Segura will round third and score easily. Brewers within 3.
Now Jeanette having a nice night. Now base hit to center, base hit to left, and a base hit to right, so he's covering all the bases literally. Now, Segura had a pretty good jump off the bag at second. That's a risky proposition with 2 outs, trying to steal third. Jeanette able to find the hole into right field, and the Brewers with a 2-out run back to within 3. Well, if I was started after it, realized he couldn't get there, and Jeanette with yet another base hit.
Second RBI of the night for Jeanette. A 3-for-3 night so far for him. Here's Lucroy. It's a 7-4 game now. The bullpen starting to move around a little bit again. Brewers already into their bullpen. Tyler Thornburg is on. Villarreal getting up for the second time tonight for Cincinnati.
Yeah, Luke not sure how he missed that one. That was a good pitch to hit. You don't see a whole lot of reaction out of Lucroy, but he's disappointed he didn't drive that one into the gap somewhere.
We're going to extend what is at the moment a 6-game hitting streak. This play by Frazier in the second inning took a hit away from Lucroy. Jonathan walked in the first. See if the Brewers can continue to get the Sampson retired Milwaukee in order in the third. Brewers have scored in 3 of the 4 innings against the rookie right-hander. Reds have been going with rookies in their rotation for the past month.
It's kind of the opposite of what the Cubs are doing, right? Cubs position players, a lot of rookies. 4 veteran starting rotation. The Reds just the opposite.
Cueto gone, Leak gone. Regroup mode.
Yeah, but Lato's traded away. Helmer Bailey hurt.
The job for both of these teams to regroup, develop the young talent in the best division in baseball. A division where for a long time the Cardinals have had the best record going, but Pittsburgh Pirates not going away.
Can't shake them, can they?
Just 4 games out.
I mentioned SBA kind of rhetorically, who's more frustrated, the Pirates or the Cardinals?
Good question. You're sitting there,
or the Cubs, right? I mean,
you're sitting there 83 wins and you think you'd be a mile ahead of the pace, and
right.
They're not.
Yeah.
Lucroy, a base hit to center. Jeanette hits the bag and is on his way to third, and the inning continues for Milwaukee.
Sledding on thin ice right now is Sampson. And Brewers trying to get themselves back in the game. They bring the tying run to the plate, and Ryan Braun. And that's going to be it for Sampson as Brian Price is on his way out. Well, finally Lucroy able to get one that he likes, a fastball. Drives it into center field, and Jeanette able to get to third base.
So Lucroy's hitting streak now at 7. As the Brewers continue to do what they can to close this gap. Exit Sampson, 7-4 Cincinnati. 2/3. Likewise for Kivas Sampson, 3 2/3. So far 4 runs allowed, but it could be more. New pitcher for Brian Price's team is Pedro Villarreal is on.
Yeah, long reliever, 25th appearance and a .312 earned run average. You can see 24 appearances and 43 and a third innings. And not a strikeout guy. Not many walks, not many strikeouts. And Villarreal last pitch against the Dodgers on the 26th. 3 1/3 scoreless innings. He allowed only 1 hit, and that included 2 strikeouts. A good work out of the pen his last time out against L.A.
He will face Ryan Braun. As we check out the Powerball home run leaderboard, 23 home runs for Braun to lead the way. Chris Davis, of course, with that power surge this month in the chase, tied with Adam Lind. Jonathan Lucroy showing some power of late as well. Ryan Braun, after the Brewers fell behind after an inning and a half, 6-1. Chipping away here, and Braun representing the tying run. In a game that's still early, but a combined 11 runs on the board. Braun tonight a strikeout and a ground ball to second. Both Brian Price and Craig Counsell going to their bullpens early. And there is a base hit to right. Jeanette is in. It's a 7-5 game. RBI single for Braun.
That's vintage Ryan Braun in it. That base hit, that ground ball in the hole and into right field. Looked like did a good job getting out of the way. He had to jump over it. Fastball away, just serves it into right field. That's just a pretty piece of hitting by a very good hitter. Lucroy jumps out of the way and another run in. Brewers down by 2.
RBI number 76 for Ryan Braun. Here's Adam Lind. Run scoring single in the first. Both starters going just 3 2/3 tonight. Garza for the Brewers, Sampson for Cincinnati. Lind with that RBI in the first inning gives him an even 70 runs batted in. But in the air, high pop up. Carry into the seats.
Didn't miss those cables by much.
That was close.
That ball's dead if it hits the cables in foul territory. That doesn't come into play very often.
No, that was skied. 2 strikes and nothing to the Brewers' first baseman. Faces Pedro Villarreal, 7th round draft pick by the Reds back in 08. Here's the 0-2. And did he get a piece? They say he did.
Well, Adam Lind tried to state his case for the home plate umpire, and he bought it.
Brian Price thinking that was not the case. As he meets with Dan Bellino, the home plate umpire.
Who knows? I mean, he's foul tips. Well, it's hard to determine one way or another if it hit the bat hit the baseball, because a lot of times in a foul tip, the ball's not going to move too much. You just barely get a piece of it.
See if we can hear it.
Well, it's going to have to be a triple tap because the ball hit the ground, first of all. Then it hit the chest protector. And if there's a third tick, that means it hit the ball hit the bat.
Thought I heard 2, but not sure if I heard 3. Maybe. It's a rather lengthy conversation, said the announcer diplomatically. There you go. It remains 0-2 to Adam Lind.
Good job of selling it, though, to for Adam Lind. Got himself an Emmy.
Yeah, see, I got a piece. Good. See, Lind has thrived in these situations. Brewers with a runner at first and second. 0-2 the count. Villarreal missed inside. But most of last year, AAA Louisville did Villarreal. Well, up to the big club in August, appeared in a dozen games. He's ready with a 1-2. Lind hanging tough. See Lucroy, the runner, at second. Braun at first. Brewers with 2 runs across here in the bottom of the 4th. 8 hits now for Milwaukee. Here comes the 1-2. We'll need to do it again. Villarreal trying to finish off Lind. Lind trying to extend the inning. Long ball would give his team the lead. He'll take the base hit. Here comes Lucroy rounding third. Eddie Cedar waves him in. He will score, and the Brewers have him at the corners. RBI single for Adam Lind. And the inning continues. 3 runs across here in the 4th for Milwaukee.
Well, how big is that foul tip call, right?
Huge.
Yeah, Brian Price was arguing that the ball was not foul tipped. Adam Lind gets an extra swing and able to bang a slider into right field. Ryan Braun has to get out of the way, but still able to get into third base, taking liberties on the throwing arm of Jay Bruce.
Right there's a tying run, and there's the go-ahead run. Just in the 4th inning. Big chance for Chris Davis. Talked about the month of August that he has had. Good crowd on this Saturday night at Miller Park. Watching the home team mount a little rally. Davis takes a strike. Runs charged to Kivas Sampson, by the way. Gives up 6 runs, 5 of which are earned. Fastball up and in. 1-1 to the Brewers left fielder. RBI singles here in this 4th inning from Scooter Gennett, Ryan Braun, and Adam Lind. Base hit here ties the game. Villarreal trying to get that elusive final out. Hard cut, fouls it back.
Yeah, 4 consecutive singles for the Brewers with 2 outs. Brewers had 5 hits in the inning, all singles.
Hits in the game. Two balls, 2 strikes to Chris Davis. And the count runs full. The month this man has had. Davis, 10 homers, runs batted in, 24 to lead the league this month. Quite the surge for the left fielder. Lind will be on the move. 3-2 pitch coming. And the bases are loaded. And that will bring about another conference on the mound. Pico, as the Reds bullpen stirring a bit again. Rough goings for the pitchers tonight. Garza and Sampson not getting through the 4th. And a huge opportunity now for one of the new Brewers, Domingo Santana. 4 hits as a Brewer in his first week with the big club, a double and 3 homers. Looking for his first hit tonight. Villarreal struggling to find the strike zone.
Yeah, a lot of offense, huh? 13 runs in 4 innings.
20 hits.
Boy.
See if Santana gets a big fat one here as Villarreal having trouble locating the strike zone.
Yeah, Bray on the outside corner. Good pitch.
Bases loaded for Santana. Brewers within a run. They're trailed by as many as 5. Some with a 94-mile-an-hour fastball.
Santana being very patient, looking for one that he can drive.
2-1 pitch. Strong cut, 2-2. Craig Counsell before the game talking with reporters about Santana. You gotta, going through what every young hitter goes through, being able to show that plate discipline. And it's one thing to tell somebody about someone's slider, it's another to know how to lay off of it, all the breaking stuff. Try to avoid chasing. He does hit for average, or at least did in the minors. In addition to showing power. Two balls, 2 strikes. Villarreal against Santana. And that is strike 3 called. The inning over. Brewers leave them loaded, but they score 3, and we're through 4. It is a 1-run game in Milwaukee.
Hotel and Casino. It's a 7-6 lead for the Reds here as we head to the 5th. And the Milwaukee Brewers Community Involvement Initiative, known as the Community Achievers Award, recognizes residents throughout the state of Wisconsin each month during the season for displaying extraordinary efforts in their community. All adults and school-age children throughout the state are eligible to participate in the Community Achievers program.
All right, Sophia, thank you very much. As we move to the top of the 5th. The Reds broke out to a big early lead, but the Brewers have made this tight. Tyler Thornburg continues out there as Todd Frazier leads off. And Frazier gets into one deep left field, and that is gone. Solo blast for Todd Frazier, and it's an 8-6 ball game. 30th of the year for Frazier, just his 5th since the All-Star break.
Yeah. Went out and got it. It was a fastball away and hooked it, a line drive off the facing of the second deck out there in left field. Wow. Got the bat head out, lined it out of here, so the Reds have a 2-run lead again. No cheat to the left.
Home run derby champ. Going into home run derby mode there as he turned on it. Here's Eugenio Suarez. Singleton scored in the second inning and hit a fly ball to center in the third. So the Reds with a couple of home runs tonight. 3-run blast from Jay Bruce. Solo shot from that man, Todd Frazier. Suarez with a ground ball to Segura. And that is out number 1.
Thornburg's been pretty good since his call-up. I mean, used out of the bullpen, a long reliever. His fastball doesn't have the velocity that he had a couple of years ago. He's been battling injuries. Avoided Tommy John surgery. He's got that good changeup. He tried to get a changeup. First pitch to Todd Frazier, missed with it, and that's when Frazier was all over the fastball. But the fastball, the changeup, curveball. And the Brewers, I think Craig Counsell like to see 2 or 3 innings out of Thornburg tonight.
Facing Skip Schumacher. Well, you're right, though, about Thornburg since the call-up. 1.54 ERA. So he's coming back up to the big club. That's over 7 appearances. There's that curve in there. 1-2 to count. And getting right back to it. Reds with 12 hits now in this game. Brewers have 9. Scored 3 times did Milwaukee in the 4th, but left the bases loaded. Domingo Santana took a called 3rd strike to end the inning. And Schumacher will foul it down the line. Brewers have yet to get him out. Schumacher with a double in the second and a single to left in the third. Both of those hits off of Matt Garza. No comebacker. No problem for Thornburg. 2 men out.
Hey, the Blue Moon Bar and Grill in Madison. Is that one of your old haunts?
I've been there maybe
Not
a
old
time
haunts,
or 2.
maybe current haunts.
Current, yeah, it might be.
They're our tavern of the game tonight. If they call the Brewers in the next 24 hours, you probably know the number offhand. Their number, speed dial. They get 40 Miller Lite beer pen tickets to a Brewers home game in April or May of next year. This offer courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and Miller Lite. I mean, you've probably been there so often, you could probably just call in for them, couldn't you?
It's kind of like Norm, you know, like Cheers, just welcome right in.
Yeah.
Great burgers there.
902-4572, the number.
Yeah. The next time you're in Madison, Rock,
okay,
I recommend it.
football
take
season.
you there.
Football season, right?
It certainly is. 1 week from tonight. It's a fine place. I have been there a time or two.
Yeah.
Or 3.
They're going to have the game on in there on Saturday?
I think there's a distinct possibility.
Wisconsin, Alabama.
Alabama. The Crimson Tide.
Got a scouting report for me? You don't have to do it now, but.
Yeah, well, we'll hold it. That'll be. There's your tease. They're really good. There's your scouting report. Tough first game.
Yeah.
Down in Jerry World, as they say, the home of the Dallas Cowboys.
Mm-hmm. Well, the Brewers are in Cincinnati. It was a day game, and got to believe that most of us are going to be bellied up somewhere watching.
Oh, I would think so. That's your classic baseball football doubleheader.
Yeah.
Day game down at Great American Ballpark. Check out the start of the college football season. Fun time of year.
Some of us will be more bellied up than others.
I understand.
Yeah.
Thornburg gave up a solo homer to Frazier to start this inning and trying to take care of business from there. This has popped up. Easy chance for Segura. Inning over. Frazier with his 30th of the year, but then Suarez, Schumacher, and Barnhart retired. Reds lead by 2. At the yard, 8-6 Cincinnati. Let's revisit that Carsoup.com trivia question. What Cuban-born player pitched the most games with the Milwaukee Brewers? And right there, the mechanic.
Yep.
Tony Fossis. Fossis actually has been with the Reds organization for the last 6-7 years. He's with their Class A affiliate in Daytona. Tony Fossis.
Yeah. Yep, they had Levon Hernandez, Adrian Hernandez.
Yeah.
Another Cuban-born pitcher. Not sure who the others were, if there were any more.
Mike Faulkner diligently digging into that. Leon Herrera, Brewers sent 9 to the plate in the 4th inning, scored 3 times, left 3 on. So it's Herrera, Segura, and the 9 spot in the order. Oh, and 1 the count. Carry out of play. We'll get a peek of this good Saturday night crowd here at Miller Park.
It is a good crowd.
Yeah, Brewer fans are something else. It's just a tough year. We all know that. But when you get the opportunity to come to this ballpark, you know there's going to be a game. You don't have to worry about the drizzly weather that we've had here today.
Well, the Brewers, have great ticket plans and discounted tickets from time to time, and come see a Major League Baseball game. Don't have to spend a fortune.
It's nice to be able to say that. And these fans taking advantage of the opportunity. It's Saturday night out, and they have seen some offense. If you like offense, this is the place to be tonight. Two-strike pitch. That'll scoot him back. I did not realize that Fossas had been with the Reds organization as long as he has.
No.
7 years.
I didn't either.
Been educated on some former Brewers, or at least one former Brewer.
And a pitching coach.
Yeah.
Then an 8-ball where the kids are most impressionable.
The pitching coach in college, Fossas was for 5 years prior to joining the Reds organization down at Florida Atlantic. Two-decade pro career, Tony Fossas, and 10 in the big leagues. Two balls, two strikes to Elian Herrera. He's walked and grounded to short. Chops that one off his foot.
By the way, I didn't have that right. I didn't know Tony Fossas was Cuban.
So you were stumped? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I didn't have that. I thought it might have been Livan Hernandez.
They are feeling really good about that in the
I gotta be honest.
I'm just thinking that.
I remember Tony Fossas. That was back in my era. I did not know he was of Cuban descent.
Even Rock can be educated by those in the truck.
Now, the next time they put that question up, I'm going to have it.
You're all over it.
I'll know it.
And you'll just say it right away, too.
It might come up on the next road trip. We're playing Cincinnati again.
So heads up next weekend.
Yeah, I'll have it. And I'm going to give it away quickly.
That's a good question for next Saturday's baseball football doubleheader. You just get that bad boy out there and you can answer it, and then later you could belly up.
Just don't
watch the football
Just don't
game.
pop it up Sunday, because I might not remember much on
That's
Sunday.
what I'm saying. Get it out there on Saturday. 3-2 pitch on the way to Herrera. There you go. Base hit. Left field toward the corner. Schumacher's going to have to dig it out of the corner as it's a double for Elian Herrera to start the home fifth.
Just a good job of taking that pitch to left field. Hit it where it's pitched. Yeah, Herrera serves it out in that direction, gets on top of it and lines it out there. And by the time Schumacher picks it up, in with a leadoff double. So once again, the Brewers bring the tying run to the plate. Just continues to get the job done. Elian Herrera.
Here's Gene Segura. He's getting the job done at the plate tonight. Doubled to right center, and he has singled to left. He scored twice. Neither team scored in the third, but that's the only inning that has been run free so far, and the Brewers trying to get a little something going in the fifth. Lead off double off the bat of Herrera. There's a smash to center field, a base hit. Herrera had to hold up. Runners at the corners. And back comes Milwaukee.
This is just an offensive barrage here tonight. Well, Gene Segura is centering on everything tonight. Got base hits to all three fields. This one in the center field. That's about as pretty a swing as you'll see. Very good balance and a line drive in the center field. Herrera has to hold up. Not sure it was going to be caught.
Well, there are the runners aboard for Milwaukee. As Shane Peterson now will step in to pinch hit. Brewers hit the 9th spot of the order. Something that Peterson has done and done rather well. The tune of 7 for 22 is another conference here in the Miller Park mound. Well, yeah, the offense is there. A combined 14 runs on 23 hits. And we are just in the 5th inning.
All of that, and there's been a combined 9 runners left on base.
Yeah, including the last inning for Milwaukee when the Brewers left them loaded. Jay Bruce, a 3-run homer. Craig Counsell's team is trying to answer that here, and first 2 have reached. A double for Herrera, a single to center from Segura. Pedro Villarreal in relief of Kivas Sampson. Tough sledding so far for Villarreal. Now Shane Peterson. Segura with 20 stolen bases on the year. Villarreal checking him. Pitch out with nothing going on.
Yeah, big risk to take when your pitcher is having a difficult time getting ahead in the count to start with.
Villarreal has given up 4 hits. Including the first 2 batters in this inning. And now a 2-0 count to Peterson.
Yeah, pitch out very interesting with nobody out. I don't see the Brewers squeezing in this situation. Or and maybe Brian Price thinking that Segura might be running. Odd time for a pitch out.
Peterson with a fly ball hit back in the center field. Bourgeois drifting back. That's plenty deep enough to get Herrera home. And now going on into second is Segura, and the Brewers are back within 1.
All right, well, good base running by Segura. A couple of times tonight, he has been really heads up. Well, he knew that Votto was going to be in the cutoff spot. Nobody was at first. He tagged up. Went about halfway to second base to read the throw. If he made a good throw, he's going to go back. Nobody at first, but they mishandled the throw into second base. And Segura able to just walk into the bag. Check him out. He's right there. No problem.
Yeah, they're going to charge Suarez with an error there.
Just off the glove, and Segura able to get into second base. That's a big play. Eliminate the double play. Peterson gets an RBI. And the tying run at second base.
Second error of the game charged to the Reds. Brian Price on his way to the mound. And the night is done for Pedro Villarreal as it's a 1-run game at Miller Park. 8-7 and just 1 out here for the Crew. punching back. 8-7 Cincinnati. The changes here for the Reds. Double switch going on for Brian Price's team. Ivan De Jesus has moved into the game to play left field. 9th spot in the order. Now on the mound for Cincinnati is the one-time Brewer, Burke Badenhop.
Well, Badenhop got off to a very bad start in the month of April, but his things have turned around. Earned run average under 4 at 376. And a side-arming sinker ball at Badenhop, not a strikeout pitcher. 25 strikeouts and just shy of 53 innings of work. And he's allowed only 2 home runs.
Scooter Gennett's having a night. Let's see if that can continue. He is 3 for 3 in this game. First inning with a single to center field. Came around to score in the second, run scoring single to left. And then in the 4th inning, yet another run scoring single. Opportunity for yet another RBI coming up with a runner at second. That would be Gene Segura. 1-0 to count the Scooter. Gennett down the line. That is a fair ball that will go to the corner. And this game is tied. Gennett rounds second, on his way to third. Tie game, 8-8.
How about that? 4 hits for Gennett. And we're only in the 5th inning. Wow. How about this comeback? Brewers down 6-1. Coming all the way back and tying it up. Well, not hit all that well. Sounded like it broke his bat off the end. Just inside that right field line. And Gennett into third base with 1 out. With Lucroy coming up. Took a while for Bruce to get in the corner. And Gennett into third. He's 90 feet away from the Brewers taking a lead.
The second 4-hit game of the season and career for Scooter Gennett. Now he represents the go-ahead run. We are, as Rock said, just in the 5th inning. An 8-8 ball game, and here's Lucroy. This single, his last trip, extended his hitting streak to 7 games.
How about the Reds bringing the infield in?
Inning 5.
I mean, outs tonight are like pulling teeth for
Really
both
are.
of these teams, right?
It has been a struggle. Lucroy down 2 strikes and nothing. Both teams with 8 runs, both teams with 12 hits. Couple of errors for the Reds. The Brewers have been errorless so far. Badenhop, a Brewer a couple of years back. 63 games he appeared in, was with Boston a year ago. Signed a free agent deal with the Reds back in February. 0-2 pitch. Lucroy with a fly ball, right center field. Room for Jay Bruce, second out of the inning, but tagging is Gennett on his way home, and the Brewers take the lead. RBI for Lucroy, and it's 9-8 Milwaukee.
Well, good old-fashioned pitcher's duel here at the ballpark. 9-8 in the 5th inning. How about that? Brewers coming all the way back from down 6-1 and taking a lead. Well, it's 5-0 last night. Pretty good ball game. Pitcher's duel, and just the opposite tonight.
Yep, a 180. And a ways to go. Go back to that 16-10 game in April. So we have seen this movie before with a lot of offense. Braun, an RBI single to right his last trip. Seeing that lineup turn over. 4 at bats here in the 5th inning. Four-hit night for Jeanette. 3 hits so far for Segura. Ryan Braun looking for his second. He has driven in 76 runs with the RBI here tonight. A ball, 2 strikes.
Badenhop basically a 2-pitch pitcher with a synchronous slider. There was a lot of sinkers. Gets a lot of ground ball outs.
And that has been his MO. 1-2 pitch. Wild game here at Miller Park. The only clean inning, the 3rd. Both the starters, Kiva Sampson and Matt Garza. And each lasted just 3 2/3. 2-2 pitch. And that will end the inning. But another good inning here for the Brewers as they put 3 more on the board. Scooter Gennett with this triple down the line. He is 4 for 4. 9-8 Milwaukee through 5.
To the 6th inning, and the Brewers homestand continues this coming Tuesday through Thursday as Andrew McCutchen and the Pirates come to Miller Park for a 3-game series. To find a great deal on tickets for this series, go to Brewers.com today. Notice the start time for Thursday, 6:20
on Thursday.
A 6:20 start, getaway day for the Brew Crew.
That's right. Duly noted. Cesar Jimenez now on the mound for the Brewers.
Yeah, he's been pretty good since coming over from the Philadelphia Phillies. Yeah, 6th game and no earned runs allowed. 8 strikeouts, no walks. Last pitched on Tuesday against the Indians and tossed 2 scoreless innings. He's been pretty good.
And looking to restore some order here. Ivan De Jesus will lead things off for Cincinnati as the Brewers have rallied from 5 down. 5 down early to take the lead now as we move to the 6th.
The Brewers get Matt Garza off the hook.
Yeah, frustrating night for Garza. but the offense picking them up. De Jesus, part of a double switch in there in left field, where he has been playing some outfield for Cincinnati, which is a first for him in his big league career. There's a ground ball to Elian Herrera for out number 1.
Yeah, Jimenez not a hard thrower, sinker slider. He'll throw a curveball once in a while, change up, and upper 80s with the fastball. Very rarely gets much over 90 miles an hour. Reminds on movement and location.
A Phillies uniform in this ballpark a couple of weeks ago. Here's Jason Bourgeois, who's having himself quite the game. Brewers trying to get him out for the first time tonight. Jimenez originally signed with the Mariners back in 2001. A little chopper. Herrera, 2 outs.
How about that? Got him out.
First time Bourgeois has been retired. Now 3 for 4. 2 up, 2 down for Jimenez.
Took the roster spot of Neil Kotz when he got traded to Minnesota. That's when the team was in Washington. Kotz didn't have a very long trip to get to his new team. Orioles were home.
That's right. Short little commute. Yeah, it was kind of, in essence, a trade. I think was how Doug Melvin put it, even though it wasn't. It was kind of a Jimenez for Kotz. And here's Jay Bruce. He's homered once in this game, and he will fly to Santana to win the inning. Good work by Cesar Jimenez, and the Brewers maintain a 1-run lead. To 8. MLS Soccer Sunday returns tomorrow with an East Coast rivalry. The New York Red Bulls taking on DC United, 6 p.m. Central on Fox Sports 1, sponsored by Audi. Red Bulls and the United. Kirk Badenhop staying in there for the Reds. An offensive show here in progress at Miller Park. 9-8 Milwaukee after the Reds jump to a 6-1 lead through an inning and a half. Cesar Jimenez taking care of business, retiring the Reds in order, and that is the first time that has happened tonight. The only other quick half inning was in the third when Matt Garza retired Eugenio Suarez. Kip Schumacher followed with a single, but Tucker Barnhart grounded into a double play.
Both teams have batted around tonight. Reds batted around the second. The Brewers in the fourth.
And in that fourth, the Brewers left the bases loaded, scored, but they have scored 3 times. The Brewers have in each of the last 2 innings. And there's Adam Lynn with the one right on the button, and Bourgeois stays with it for the first out.
Can't hit it any harder than that. That's a big hang with him for Adam Lynn. He's hit the ball hard every time up tonight. 2 hits and a couple of lineouts.
Yeah, 1 to left, and this right on the nose to center.
And Bourgeois had a tough time, but it might have knuckled as it got out there.
Almost got crossed up. Here's Chris Davis. The Brewers have only been retired in order once. That was in the third. Lynn, Davis, and Santana. Davis looking for his first hit tonight. He walked in the fourth. These teams wrap up the series tomorrow, and then Pirates in town and off on a road trip, as the Brewers will be getting that heavy dose of Central Division games. In fact, here on out, the only exceptions will be a 3-game series against the Marlins, and then the final 3 road games, the final road series of the year for Craig Counsell's team in San Diego.
Yeah, Pirates winning again tonight, beating Colorado 4-1 in the 8th. They've won 3 in a row.
Davis waves at one and does not get it. 2 men out in the 6th. Domingo Santana for his first hit tonight, but you take a look at what he's done. We've talked about the power, but you see what he was doing in AAA. Not just the power, but the average. 333 in 95 games.
Almost 90 RBIs this year. Still learning how to hit at the major league level. Starting to be a little bit more patient at the plate.
He hit 320 at Fresno. Saw the combined numbers. He's hitting at a 380 clip in 20 games at Colorado Springs. A ball, 2 strikes. Santana getting his 6th start. And again, patrolling things in center field tonight. And he goes down swinging. So a 1-2-3-6 for both the Reds and the Brewers. Still 9-8. Milwaukee. let's rewind, and there is a lot to get to. Jay Bruce launching this 3-run blast, but the Brewers, they're falling behind by 5 early, chipping away. Skeeter Jeanette having himself quite a night, and Ryan Braun punching one through to drive home Jeanette, as the Brewers just kept getting hits. Singles. Here's Lind, and now Jeanette again. His 4th hit. That wasn't a single, that was a triple down the line and right. A 4-hit night, and still lots of baseball left for Jeanette and the rest of the Brewers. 9-8 your score as we move to the top half of the 7th inning here at Miller Park. And on the mound for the Crew is Jeremy Jeffress.
Well, who would have thought we'd have seen Jefferson the 7th inning early in the game. The 2nd inning, 6-1, the Brewers were down. And pitched last night, tossed the scoreless 7th inning, gave up a hit, but that was it. Got out of a jam with a double play ball. And Jeremy's been unscored upon in his last 9 appearances.
We got a double play ground ball off the bat of Ryan Lamar, and that ended an opportunity for the Reds as Joey Votto. He's having a good night again, having a very good season. Got average up to 308. Now with 63 RBIs with a run scoring single in the 4th. Votto has that monster contract in the middle of it. 5-time All-Star. On a pace to have his best year since, well, probably 2011. It's a 100-plus RBI year for Votto. 103 to be exact, at 29 homers. Been a bounce back year, you could say, for Votto. Injuries limited him to less than half of the games last year. Played just in 62, had a left knee problem.
He's healthy now and swinging the bat well.
And back in a stretch similar to what he had between 2009 and 2013, when he was amongst the leaders each of those years in OPS. On base plus slugging.
That was a good pitch right there. Jeffers just gave him on the inside corner. That's the pitch that struck him out his first time up.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
Chokes up another inch with 2 strikes.
And liner to Herrera. That is out number 1.
It's something the way he barrels it up, isn't it?
It is. He punched one through, and they were choking up the way he did. Watched him punch one through earlier in the game, back in the 2nd.
Just playing pepper with 2 strikes. Yeah, it's just all about bat speed at the point of contact. You don't have to overswing. It's just you make contact and stay on top, and he lines it, but right at Herrera. Guys like that are fun to watch. They really are. I mean, they take the art of hitting to another level.
An old school approach, choking up with the bat with 2 strikes. Trying to put the ball in play. Brandon Phillips.
Phillips has looked real bad on curveballs in this series, but you know, then the Brewers will get ahead with the curveball, give him a fastball, they'll get a base hit. Saw that last night.
Yeah, had a couple of them. Stole a base. Fastball inside. 1-1 the count. It's in his 10th year with the Reds. Brandon Phillips. Jeremy Jeffress trying to keep his team up a run. Phillips was limited with thumb injury, knocked him out for a good chunk of the season. Just about a quarter of it, as a matter of fact. He's come back and has had a good solid year at the plate. And the usual very, very good work with the glove at second. 1-2 pitch. And that is smacked into left field. First hit of the night for Brandon Phillips. Now he represents the tying run. 13 hits now for Cincinnati. Here's Todd Frazier, who homered to open the fifth. .30 home runs now on the year for Frazier. First pitch, swing and a line drive caught by Herrera.
Well, positioned perfectly. Jeremy got in on his hand. Sounded like he broke his bat, but hit it hard. But Herrera able to climb the ladder and grab it. That was a jam shot, and Herrera times his leap perfectly for the out. Jeffers has had 3 hard hit balls in this inning, but he's got 2 outs.
A couple of liners to Herrera. Off the bat of Votto and Frazier, and in the middle a single for Phillips. Here's Eugenio Suarez. Singled and scored back in the second. Swings through a mid-90s offering from Jeremy Jeffress. Suarez trying to make good his opportunity with the injury a couple of months ago suffered by Zach Cozart. Phillips with 18 stolen bases, by the way.
Either Brandon Phillips has no intention of running, or he's giving us his best Earl Campbell impression right now.
Slow to get up, just kind of, I'm hurting, and then bam.
Yeah, take it off like a flash. I think it's the former. I don't think he's going.
Like the football reference, though.
You like that?
Yeah.
Earl
Phillips,
Campbell?
Yeah, Phillips had a scholarship opportunity to go to Georgia.
Wouldn't
play
doubt
baseball
it.
and football.
Yeah, wouldn't doubt it. Good athlete. I think he made the right choice.
Yeah, I think this baseball thing's working out all right. I think he could be a pretty tough running back, though, huh?
They don't last very long, do they?
Most of them don't. Especially when you run like as you made the Earl Campbell reference.
Right.
You don't. Well, he could outrun people, but he generally ran over people.
2 or 3 of them.
Yeah. Just carry him with them. Two balls, one strike.
Do they have any of those kind of running backs in Wisconsin this year?
They have a real good one named Corey Clement. He had a really good year last year. They had this guy named Gordon who was ridiculously good now with the Chargers.
Right.
But Corey Clement, that's the
keep an eye on him.
That's the guy. He is put together. Very strong. Needs to have a big night in about 1 week. 2-2 pitch. There's a roller to Segura, and that will wrap up the 7th. Good work, Jeremy Jeffress. Couple of hard hit balls, but no damage done through 6.5. 9-8 Milwaukee.
It is brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light Pilsner. Cheers, it's Miller time. And by the Wisconsin Lottery, reminding you to please play responsibly. Well, for a little time here, the game has settled down. Lots of runs through the first 5 innings. Nothing since. 9-8 Brewers lead the Reds, move to the home half of the 7th here at Miller Park. As Brian Price moving to his 4th pitcher of the night, the big man, Jumbo Diaz.
Yeah, Jumbo Diaz has been up and down with the Cincinnati Reds this year. 45th appearance and a .436 earned run average. Yeah, last pitched on Wednesday against the Dodgers, a scoreless inning, gave up a hit and struck out a batter. Was sent down to Louisville on June 7th and got called back up. He got called back up on July 17th. Jumbo not as jumbo as he used to be.
No, as you may know, the number 70 represents the weight loss had a couple of years ago. 31 years old. And he will face Elian Herrera. Good solid night at the plate for Herrera. Kivas Sampson started for the Reds, went 3 2/3. Pedro Villarreal, Burke Badenhop, and now Jumbo Diaz on the hill. Diaz originally signed with the Dodgers back in 2001. He banged around the minor leagues for a long time. Here's Herrera with a line drive to right. Tracking it is Jay Bruce for out number 1. Here's Gene Segura with himself quite a night. There's 3 hits in this game as he goes opposite field for this second inning double off Kivas Sampson. Rips a single into left back in the 4th.
Hitting it with authority tonight. I mean, really being aggressive, attacking that baseball, not feeling for it. Good to see from Segura.
He has 3 of the 12 hits that Milwaukee has collected so far. Raised his average 5 points here so far tonight.
Segura's raised his average. Scooter Gennett's up to 264. A 4-for-4 night.
Yeah, good 10-point jump for Gennett here so far. Diaz in the minor leagues for a number of years. Also, we mentioned originally signed with the Dodgers, but was also with the Orioles and Padres organizations. Signed a minor league deal with the Reds. Actually, in each of 2 seasons, 2012 and 13.
Finally got a shot, and that last fastball, 97 miles an hour. He's been up to 98 tonight. That's getting it up there pretty good.
Yeah, another one at 98. Logan Schaefer on deck. Insurance would be good here for the Brewers. They have rallied from 5 down in the early going. Diaz with a 99-mile-an-hour fastball there.
Even throwing that hard, you need that secondary pitch to keep hitters off of it. Chapman throws over 100 miles an hour. It's good off-speed stuff.
He has a nasty slider. Always good to avoid him when you can. There's a ground ball to Votto, and he'll take care of it himself, and that is out number 2. As promised earlier in the game, we have selected the Data Strong Fan photo of the game. Tweet your strongest fan photo to hashtag #WisDataStrongFan for a chance to be featured in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. Thank you, John.
Cool hat.
Yeah, he's got the sweet look going there.
Got the fedora on.
Yeah.
You a hat guy?
Just ball caps.
Just baseball caps. That's it. No.
Probably should. You know, I see some of you guys with on the road trips. Got the nice hats going. Classy. Very classy.
Old school.
That is.
Coming back.
Schaefer pops it up. Suarez will squeeze it. And a 1-2-3 inning for Jumbo Diaz. It'll be Will Smith time as we move to the 8th in Milwaukee. Cincinnati 9-8. Good comeback here to this point for the Crew. A couple of changes. Domingo Santana will move over from center to left. Logan Schaefer came on as a pinch hitter. He'll stay in the game and will patrol things in center. And now Will Smith on the mound for Milwaukee.
Yeah, Smith with a scoreless inning in last night's ball game. Yeah, gave up a hit, a walk, but got out of it with a double play. Brewers had back-to-back double plays last night in the 7th and 8th to get themselves out of an inning. 62nd appearance for Smith and a .254 earned run average. We've got the bottom half of the Reds order to deal with.
You see Ryan Lamar, he too very early on in his big league run. That's about a week now with the big club. Ryan Lamar. He will start this inning for Cincinnati. He moved on up when the Reds moved Marlon Byrd to San Francisco a little more than a week ago. Lamar called up from AAA Louisville.
He played center field last night. Got one hit in the big leagues.
Yeah, off Chase Anderson, his first major league hit. Game against the Diamondbacks. No balls, 2 strikes. Will Smith trying to protect this 1-run lead here for the Crew. Lamar, a second-round draft pick 5 years ago. Former Michigan Wolverine. The ground ball to Scooter Gennett. Out number 1. One out here in the 8th. Let's check out what's on tap, presented by Miller Lite. Series finale tomorrow afternoon. Willie Peralta on the hill for the Crew, and John Lamb as the rookies continue in that Reds rotation. Our coverage gets started tomorrow at 12:30 right here on Fox Sports Wisconsin.
Yeah, keep rolling them out, don't they, the rookies? 29 straight games for the Reds. A rookie starter.
Lamb, one of those who came over in the Cueto deal with Kansas City, and of course with Peralta, be watching to see how he bounces back. It was a tough go his last start. The velocity was much lower than what we're used to seeing, but he says he is good to go. And
yeah, word in his side session a couple of days ago, the velocity back in the mid-90s. Good to see. Maybe it's just the weather.
Was a little choppy over there, wasn't it?
A little cold, a little wet.
It's a beautiful thing to have the roof. 2-strike pitch to Barnhart, and he is down on strikes. Did not hold up. 2 men out here in the 8th.
Maybe he's trying to convince the umpire he foul tipped it.
Worked for Adam Lind,
yes,
right?
It did, and it got the Brewers a big rally, didn't it? Yep, he did not hold up. Dan Bellino didn't need help. He made the call himself.
And a frustrated Reds catcher. 2 men out for Ivan De Jesus. Been a year for Smith. He's been very good, but it's been turned around a bit, or he has fared pretty well against the right-handed hitters. You think lefty would be always favorable for him. It hasn't been the case as much this year. So far so good, as he has done well. The Reds are throwing the right-handers at him.
A big difference between his left and right splits. Left-handers much better. Right-handers hitting about $150.
Yeah. Little turnaround.
Go figure, right?
2 balls, no strikes to De Jesus.
And left-handers hitting Smith at a 262 clip. Right-handers $175.
The trend continuing as he has retired Lamar and Barnhart. 2 balls and 1 strike to De Jesus. Make it 3-1. So his father, De Jesus, had a long big league career. A lot of years, Cubs and the Phillies included. This De Jesus draws a walk. So a 2-out walk given up by Will Smith. Back to the top of the order.
Yeah, this is where you want it to end. You got Votto and Bruce, or Bruce and Votto coming up. The really dangerous part of this batting order.
Bourgeois was retired for the first time tonight back in the 6th. Ground ball to third. 3 singles to center for Jason Bourgeois tonight. And he has come around to score on each of those 3 occasions. Smith pours in a strike. 5th pitcher tonight used by the Brewers. Jay Bruce waits on deck. 13 hits for Cincinnati. The Reds have stranded 4. Smith ready with the strike one pitch. And that is hit in the air to center. And Logan Schaefer is right there. Inning over. Only a walk, nothing more, is Scooter Gennett having himself a night. 4 hits and a chance for number 5 coming up.
After the ball game, what a game this turned out to be. 9-8 right now. Brewers are out in front. And Augie, you talked about rhythm and pace before the game. All right, throw that out the window. Let's talk about Scooter Gennett and what a big night he's had tonight. He's going to lead off here, but 4 for 4 already.
Yeah, he's done this second time this month that he's done it. But, you know, you're talking about a leadoff guy. What you need him to do is to take pitches, get on base, and set the tone for the RBI guys. Scooter has done just that the last 2 nights. Getting on base to start both games, getting the Brewers started.
Matt Rocca, Augie once had a 89-pitch complete game win at Old County Stadium that took an hour and 31 minutes. We'll be just discussing that on Brewers Live, and 17 runs and all kinds of good stuff coming up in just a bit.
Ah, those were the days, right?
That was the second inning tonight, wasn't it?
I think it was.
Hour and a half, 89 pitches.
It took a while. Here's Scooter Gennett. He of the 4-hit night, which he had a couple of weeks ago against the Phillies, and now he's facing J.J. Hoover for Cincinnati.
Yeah, great numbers for Hoover. 57th appearance and a 1.78 ERA. Yeah, the Reds feel as though they put a 0 up. They got the guys coming up that they want. It's going to be K-Rod. The Brewers would love to get a run here. Runner 2, get some insurance. He will be batting second.
Yes, he will. So yes, insurance would be nice. Bruce, Votto, and Phillips in the 9th for the Reds. Gennett, Lucroy, and Braun for the Crew. And we'll see a 5-hit game to go back to last year for this Brewers team. Mentioned Gennett. It was a couple of weeks ago against the Phillies in a 4-2 win for the Crew. Went 4 for 4. Drove in a couple. RBI triple for Gennett in his last trip. That was in the 5th. Checks his swing, and Todd Frazier will make the play. Excuse me, it goes to Frazier for out number 1.
Hey, it's not too late to take advantage of the Brew Crew and the Zoo ticket package this season. For just $20, you get a ticket to a Brewers game, a ticket to the Milwaukee County Zoo, and a souvenir water bottle. For details, Call 902-4000 to go to brewers.com/zoo.
One out for Jonathan Lucroy. Possessing a 7-game hitting streak now. His sac fly in the 5th is to this point the difference in the game.
Man, that was with 2 strikes. Able to get it deep enough into right field to score Jeanette.
Lucroy hits it on the nose, center field, and it gets past Bourgeois. Lucroy takes the turn at first, on his way to second. He's going to head for third, and he will get there.
Well, stay hot, kid. 2 hits, an RBI. And that's certainly one that Billy Hamilton runs down easily out there in center field. They miss his defense. Amongst other things, Bourgeois not able to get there. Not a great throwing arm in center either. Which is why Lucroy decided to head to third base. So that insurance run 90 feet away with only 1 out.
Jonathan Lucroy. Delivers. And here's Ryan Braun trying to pick him up. Braun with 1 run batted in so far tonight. Unscoring single in the 4th. Reds have the infield in. And Braun will lift one shallow right. Jay Bruce with the strong arm, and no chance that Lucroy is going to challenge that.
Man, that's a killer right there. Well, you had the right guy up, Ryan Braun, and the first pitch breaking ball, he popped it up. No way you're going to challenge that throwing arm out in right field. And Braun had a good pitch to hit and just popped it up. A hanging breaking pitch.
Tucker Barnhart just trying to stay out of the way because Ryan was going to slam that bat down.
Yeah. Didn't want to be hit with any shrapnel.
No. Before Adam Lind hits, another conference on the mound. So it's been a bounce back for J.J. Hoover this year. You talked about his numbers and how impressive they are. Last year, his first decision was a winning one. The next 10 were losses.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if they walk Lind here. Pitcher spot coming up. Why would you pitch to him here? I'm not sure why you would. I wouldn't.
They will issue the pass to Adam Lind. Jason Rogers moving into the on-deck circle. Lucroy, the runner at third. And they will walk Adam Lind. Two of the busier pinch hitters around are in the park tonight. Schumacher's had that role extensively for the Reds, and now Jason Rogers. This will be his 39th at bat as a pinch hitter. See, he's had a little success against Reds pitching when the opportunity has been there. The runners at the corners with 2 outs. Brewers trying to extend what is at the moment a 1-run lead. Here we go. Hoover against Rogers. Good ball upstairs. We'll see. We weren't kidding. Schumacher with his pinch hitting appearances at the top, and Jason Rogers the third most.
And he spent a fair amount of time down in the minor leagues. Good approach up at the plate. Pretty patient hitter. And surprisingly good as a pinch hitter for an inexperienced major leaguer.
9 for 38 in these opportunities.
That's what I'm talking about, the patience. A lot of young guys going up hacking in these situations. I mean, they're close. Pitches by Hoover in this at bat pretty close.
3 balls, no strikes. Both teams with 13 hits tonight. Hoover getting ready for the 3-1 pitch. And the count is full. Just caught the corner. Three balls, 2 strikes to Jason Rogers. Here comes the payoff. In the air, right field. Jay Bruce near the line. And that'll do it for the Brewers as they strand to we will head to the 9th. It'll be Francisco Rodriguez time, trying to stay perfect and save opportunities. He gets another chance coming up. Brewers lead the Reds as we move to the 9th here at Miller Park. Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin, presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. Book your stay now. And here is Francisco Rodriguez trying to keep that streak alive.
He's going to have to earn it tonight. Bruce, Votto, Phillips, and then, if necessary, Todd Frazier. And 30 out of 30 pitched last night, a 3-up, 3-down 9th inning. That included a strikeout.
Jay Bruce has a couple of hits, including a 3-run homer. That happened in the 2nd inning. He is trying to turn around what has been a very, very tough month of August for him. His last 2 trips, he has flied to center. 2 balls, no strikes to the Reds right fielder.
Yeah, Bruce likes to get himself into fastball counts, and K-Rod down in the count 2-0, and that's exactly what Bruce is in right now. This is normally changeup time.
And a hot smash over the outstretched glove of Segura, and a leadoff single here in the ninth for Jay Bruce.
Yeah, Bruce hit that one hard, off-speed pitch right down the middle, maybe looking for it. This guy always seems to heat up when the Brewers are around. A change-up, and Jay Bruce hammers that one into center field.
Here's Joey Votto. Votto with a couple of hits tonight. He's driven in a run.
Just can't get ahead in the count. First 2 hitters. That's important for Frankie Rodriguez. Both times missing with fastballs.
See if K-Rod can get Votto to hit a ground ball here. Votto hit into a big 4-6-3 double play in the 8th inning last night. When that happened, the Reds had something going with runners at first and second with 1 out. Will Smith last night taking care of things in the 8th. Rodriguez last night in a non-save situation retired the Reds in order. 2-0 to Votto.
And one of the reasons why Rodriguez has been so good, he's been ahead in the count just about all year. He's been down in the count 2-0 to both hitters in this inning.
Bruce took advantage. Let's see how Rodriguez fares against Votto. Here comes 2-0.
Went right after him, fastball.
The need of the order here for Cincinnati. Brian Price's team has dropped 13 of its last 14. Reds had a 5-run lead early, but the Brewers have rallied. Now Milwaukee trying to hang on. And that is hit in the air back into deep left field, and that is gone. Joey Votto with an opposite field homer, and Cincinnati takes the lead.
Well, you fall behind in the count. You just can't do it. The guys like Bruce, Votto, Todd Frazier, Phillips. He's been working ahead in the count just about all season. He got one out away from Votto. He hit it hard and knocked it out of here. 3rd home run for the Reds tonight. And it's a big one. Gives him a 10-9 lead.
The 25th home run of the year for Joey Votto. Quite a stretch for Francisco Rodriguez. A year and 2 days ago, the last time a save opportunity slipped through.
Yep.
Came out in San Diego.
And he's been doing it with relative ease. And, getting ahead in the count, using a changeup, but just couldn't get ahead on 2 very tough hitters.
Rodriguez behind here to Phillips. 2-0. Very good year continuing for Votto. And a back and forth game now has the Brewers in comeback mode again. Brewers have stranded 8, missed an opportunity in the bottom of the 8th with Lucroy at third with 1 out. Milwaukee unable to bring him around. Now the Reds making them pay here in the 9th. 3-0 to Phillips. Reds jumped to a 6-1 lead. Brewers rallied, took the lead in the 5th. And that lead held up until moments ago. And now Phillips draws a walk. So a rough 9th inning for Francisco Rodriguez. In a mode he hasn't been in for a while.
No.
This situation. It was Brewers Live yesterday. It was a great feature put together by Sophia Minards about Rodriguez, and it was in the eyes, through the eyes of his fellow bullpen mates, and talking about how much of a mentor he has been. Not just his stretch of converting save opportunities, it's helping out the younger guys. Here's Frazier rolling one, backhand stab Herrera. There's the flip to Jeanette for 1, and that's all they'll get. This play by Herrera. They'll get the force at second for the first out of the inning.
A nice backhand pickup and a nice quick throw over to second base, and Frazier tries to pull that changeup, and a nice play by Elian Herrera to get the lead out. Almost able to turn 2, just not quite quick enough.
1 out for Eugenio Suarez. It was interesting hearing the comments from several of the fellow relievers of Rodriguez, including Corey Knebel, who brought up the fact that after a good performance he'll come up to you right away and give you the pat on the back, but after a rough outing, Knebel describing Rodriguez is going up to him and going over every hitter. He was locked in. Rodriguez was asking what'd you throw to a certain hitter in a certain count, just trying to be a mentor as much as he can, as well as someone who has shut down opponents with regularity. As you look at Knebel,
and those are the things you never hear about with a lot of guys, not just Francisco Rodriguez, but a lot of closers, a lot of veteran bullpen guys. They do that. Been a good influence in that relatively young bullpen down there for Milwaukee.
0-2 to Suarez. Reds get a leadoff single here in the 9th from Jay Bruce, and a 2-run opposite field homer from Joey Votto. Frazier the runner at first now. 0-2 pitch. That is strike 3 called. Second out here in the 9th for Cincinnati. Now Brian Pena will come in. He will pinch it. It's behind the plate last night for Cincinnati. The Reds using up their available reserves. Brennan Bosch has been banged up, hasn't played in about a week or so. There's a base hit to right for Pena, and Todd Frazier will move on to third. Runners at the corners. Well, part of the message Rodriguez sends to his fellow relievers too is that sometimes the other guy's going to get you. It's just how it works, and you have to be able to fight through that. It's just unfamiliar territory for K-Rod to have to do that. In
Yeah.
the meantime, this guy's getting ready.
Yeah, our oldest Chapman, who about as automatic as it gets. Well, you get, when you look at this Reds lineup, I mean, and the 4 guys that he had to face, one of his toughest challenges this year, yeah, for sure.
That gets by Lucroy. Here comes Frazier, and he is safe at home as Rodriguez unable to apply the tag in time.
They missed the tag. Frazier slid, came up short. Yeah, K-Rod. And watch K-Rod. He's going to swipe the tag. Frazier comes up short right here and then touches it with his foot. Good call over there by Dan Bellino.
Well, it's like he slammed the brakes on the slide, pick up the foot, and then tap the plate, go over the glove. So a pass ball will allow Frazier to score. And the Reds now lead 11-9. A 3-run ninth inning for Cincinnati.
If he slides all the way through, I think Frankie's going to be able to get the tag on him, but that's a pretty good call by Dan Bellino. He was patient making the call. Called him safe.
1-1 the count to Tucker Barnhart. One and two to the Reds catcher. On a night where the Reds have 16 hits, Barnhart is 0 for 4. Here's the 1-2. Barnhart did knock in a run in the second on a ground out. Reds got a couple of early runs on ground balls, but they have been hitting home runs tonight as well. 3-run shot from Bruce, solo blast from Frazier, 2-run homer in the 9th off the bat of Joey Votto. Rodriguez ready, and here comes the 1-2. Lucroy keeps it in front.
Amount of pitches for K-Rod, 22 of them. Brewers have activity in the bullpen. You don't want to have him throw too many. You might need him for tomorrow. David Goforth getting loose.
A very hectic night for both bullpens. It started early. Both starters unable to get through the 4th. 2-2 pitch. Both Kivas Sampson and Matt Garza lasted just 3 2/3. Brewers tonight have used Thornburg, Jimenez, Jeffress, Smith, and now Rodriguez in the 9th. The Reds will have their 6th pitcher of the night coming on in the bottom of this inning. And the 2-2.
This might be his last inning, last hitter right here. Pitch count getting in that danger zone, and I don't think Craig Counsell wants him going much longer.
To get him in there last night because he did not pitch in the road trip and got through it no sweat last night. Much different story here tonight. 3-2 pitch. Back up the middle, and that's a base hit. And here's the throw to the plate, and that is up the line, and the Reds now lead by 3 as Pena comes around to score.
Well, good throw, and that's going to be an out easily. Pena would have been able to. Pena would have been out easily had that throw been on the mark, and that's it for Frankie Rodriguez. Pitch count got him, and Craig Counsell going to bring on David Goforth.
Rodriguez so good for so long in closing out games, 35 straight going back to August 27th of last year. 30 of 30 coming into this game, but not to be tonight. Pitching change at Miller Park, a 4-run inning here for the Reds as they now lead the Crew 12-9. Francisco Rodriguez so good for so long, but going into the meat of the order, the Reds do damage, and they are still hitting. And now David Goforth will try to finish off this top of the ninth.
It had been almost a week for Goforth. Pitched on Saturday against the Nationals in Washington on the Brewers' last road trip. 2 1/3 innings. Gave up a run on a couple of hits. Was called up on August 14th. 4th time he's been with the Brewers this year. He's been up and down quite a bit. Looking to get an out here in the 9th inning.
And the Reds have turned a 1-run deficit into a 3-run lead. Ron De Jesus. Tucker Barnhart, the runner out at second. Brewers will have Santana, Herrera, and Segura in the bottom of the 9th. A lot of runs early, then it's settled down innings 6 through 8. And the offense for Cincinnati coming alive again in the 9th. 1-1 the count to De Jesus. David Goforth trying to end this long top half of the 9th. And De Jesus shoots one down the line and out of play. Pirates went on to beat Colorado tonight 4-3. And the Cardinals shut out San Francisco 6-0. Meanwhile, the Cubs lead the Dodgers 2-1 out in LA. They are in the 6th. Baseball's toughest division, the National League Central.
Mets finally lost.
Yeah, a rather hot team there, huh?
Well, she lost 2 in a row, right?
They have.
Won 8 of 10.
Cooled off a bit. Bet you that Blue Jays game earlier with a big day and a 15-run day for the Jays. Edwin Encarnacion driving in 9 of the 15 runs. Whoa, way upstairs, gets Lucroy up in a hurry. These two teams conclude the series tomorrow afternoon. And an off day for the Brewers. And then going into the month of September, where there will be just 2 off days. 2-2 pitch from Goforth. A 17-hit night here for the Reds. The Brewers have 13.
30 hits tonight.
21 runs. Well, you think with the 9 runs that obviously ought to be enough, but the Brewers missed some opportunities, left the bases loaded. Back in they'd scored 3 times in the 4th, but left them loaded. Had a chance in the 8th to add to what was then a 1-run lead.
You know, and leaving that runner at third base, leaving Lucroy at third base, top of, or the bottom of the 8th inning, that's just a psychological boost for the Reds. They feel as though they have a really good shot against K-Rod down by 1. You get that second run in there, I think it changes things a little bit.
Yeah, it changes the whole complexion of the inning. But Ryan Braun, and the frustration was clear on his face. Had a pitch to hit, fly to shallow right.
Of course, it's awfully difficult to lay this one on the offense.
Yeah, to say 9 runs ought to be enough.
Yeah, you think.
The Reds with 4 here in the 9th to grab the lead. This is a Reds team that was shut out in each of its last 2 games. At home to the Dodgers, and last night it's a ground ball to Segura. And this 9th inning finally comes to an end, but the Reds inflict major damage, scoring 4 times. And Aroldis Chapman coming on in the bottom of the 9th. That of Joey Votto, a 2-run homer that turned a 1-run deficit into a 1-run lead. The Reds tack on 2 more. And now the Brewers have to deal with the flamethrower, Aroldis Chapman.
Yeah, look at the strikeout totals, almost 2 an inning. 91 strikeouts, 51 2/3 innings. The opponent batting average under 200. 24 out of 26, so he has blown a couple of saves, but he's got a big cushion here in this 9th inning. 53rd appearance, last pitched against the Dodgers a couple of days ago. He threw a scoreless inning up in the Cincinnati 1-0 loss.
And Domingo Santana will get a up close and personal look at Aroldis Chapman. Santana looking for his first hit of the game. Brewers with 9 runs on 13 hits. A 4-run ninth has given the Reds this lead.
Well, the reputation of being a good fastball hitter is going to become into practice here tonight. 99 to 101, 102 once in a while.
Yeah, there are guys who touch 100, and then there's Chapman who can average that. There's a ground ball to Frazier.
Turned it around, didn't he?
He did.
99 miles an hour. Not quite loose.
1 out here in the 9th.
He's able to turn around that 99 on the inside corner.
You mentioned those strikeout numbers. Those 52 appearances. He's punched out at least 2 in 33 of those 52 appearances. 11 times he has struck out the side.
Just 11?
Yeah, that was that was my thought. I said, did I read that right? I thought it might be more than that.
Yeah, like 20. And he's got the slider. He turn over the fastball once in a while. And a 3-run lead. He's not quite oiled up quite yet.
0-1 to Elian Herrera. Every now and then, and it's I don't know if it's popping up again or not, moving forward with the Reds. I don't know whether the Reds are thinking about it at all, but there are those who speculate that maybe Chapman could still become a starter. This closing thing is working pretty well for him.
Hey, why would you?
Yeah,
why would you, right?
Yeah, that would be my question. I don't.
I mean, in a good year when the Reds are winning games, I mean, you're talking about 35, 45 saves, and as opposed to what? 15, 16 wins,
right.
Maybe 20 at tops, right?
And Herrera is out on strikes. 2 outs here in the 9th. Well, you figure too, if you got a guy averaging about 100 miles an hour, being a closer, if he's a starter, then that you're going to give up. You got to give up something there in velocity, and kind of changing.
Right,
just changing who he is.
He's got the pitches to be a starter for sure. I mean, look at Randy Johnson, very similar. I mean, didn't throw as hard as Chapman, but fastball slider, started to turn the ball over a little bit as his career went on, and learned how to pitch a little bit more. Didn't rely on the big fastball all the time. Can't when you're starting. I mean, you can't throw 99, 100 for 6-7 innings, or at least most can't.
Yeah, we don't think he could.
Nolan Ryan could.
He could.
But how many of those guys are there?
Brewers down to their final strike. Segura looking for a 4-hit night. Tall order here against Chapman, and down 0-2.
There it is, 102.
Yep.
Sounded high.
Just hear it buzz on by. Chapman ready. Here's the 1-2. And he holds up. Bruce Dreckman, the first base umpire.
That could have gone either way.
So Segura's still in there. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And that bounced well in front of the plate. Brewers were down 5 early, grabbed the lead in the 5th, and held that lead until the top of the 9th. A 4-run 9th for Cincinnati. Payoff pitch to Segura. Got him swinging. And the Reds Reds rally in the ninth and get the victory and even this series. The rubber game tomorrow afternoon. Joey Votto with a 2-run homer that ended up being the game-winning hit. 2-run homer off Francisco Rodriguez. The Reds tack on a couple of more, and Chapman retires the Brewers in order in the bottom of the ninth. Reds a winner tonight, 12-9. Let's send it down. Craig Kashawn, Jerry Augustine standing by with Brewers Live postgame.
Okay, Matt. Wow, what a ball game this turned out to be. A marathon, lots to cover, lots of offense. What happened to the pitching? K-Rod blowing a save, you name it. We've got it coming up next on Brewers Live.